Alright, people of chat, we are in. Mic check. 1, 2. Too Legit City on the mic. We are back, boys. We are back. We shot down Demolier, and we are good. Now, before we go to do full steam ahead, we're going to try to balance out the planets. We're going to do a little bit of temperature control for the long-term survivability. And we just got the spawn up. There's a little bit of an issue with the cooling with the spawn. But like realistically, I can't be mad. There's a lot of oxygen, a lot of hydrogen. So this just works now even if we don't add water anymore. Because it's, you know, it's been running. And we haven't been moving out the oxygen. So we're just gonna let this pump the oxygen out. Even though it's a little warm, the map's really cold, so this is perfectly fine. We have an AQ here that we're going to be trying to cool down the spawn with. It turns out this is not going to keep up with the capacity, right, of the design we have. It's still going to work, right? But we have to let this kind of run because it has a lot of oxygen it's trying to chill. Each tile 640 kgs. So for the most part, it's working. On this planet, we have 8 dupes. The other planet, we have 9. On this planet, we have our spawn setup. We have our geysers tapped. This is going to be a mission, but now what we're going to be doing is we're bringing oxygen from the first base, or second base, because this is the original base. And then what we're going to be doing is moving the dupes. We are living outside, but it's hot out, or it's cold outside. And we are going to slowly but surely cool it back down. So we're going to do a lot of just moving out all the cold items from the bottom, moving it outside. And then we're going to effectively just do a lot of temperature control. And then we'll try to keep this cold outside so all the critters and all the plants that need to be in the cold environment could stay there. And then we're going to slowly move all the warm critters down to the bottom. And we're also going to make it so that any cold critters here, probably the seals, are going to get moved over. So we're basically just trying to do a little bit of, you know, maintenance, trying to make sure everything's all good. Cleaning Mercury is a pain. It is what it is, though. On this side, spawn's chilling. Y'all saw that. We're going to be making a little bit of power today. Or we're just going to be moving the petroleum gen. That's the only thing that's really running right now. Once we move that, move out the pea water that's being made, we're going to start having a better system here for that. Shouldn't be too bad. And all right, it's time to get it started. So this is the map that we're going to warm up. We've been letting sulfur kind of just do its thing. Won't the petroleum drop down? Oh yeah, so what we're going to do is once we're probably going to dig this out now. Once we have this pea water pumped out, we'll be able to put a lip right here. And then we're just going to pump it out. Alright, we'll do it like that. But yeah, we will stop that from doing that thing. We will. Alright, pumping out the bad gas from this area. There's a lot of CO2 right here. We probably just have to deal with this. Alright, this biome is cold. We'll just break into it. I need to put in a canister filler. Right here. And then start moving up the bad gas that we have right here. The random water melting, because we are warming up the map. I'm trying to move back all the ice and all that stuff back, just so that we could just not have ice here, and then we could get rid of this. But yeah, a lot of ice, a lot of dupes moving stuff around. So on this side, we're pretty much good. All we really have to do is do the power, and then we're going to need to manage on the side. This is where all the food's coming from right now. All the food. Okay. For the most part... Okay, we have a ladder here for now, so we should just pull it down from here, I guess. Even though I think we should go around. Oh man, my pumps are such a mess. So we're basically going to be adding this pipeline so that we could start space scanning. We gotta do what we gotta do. Digging that out so we can deal with the CO2. Moving out the ice to the other colony. Alright, so this is kind of okay. Alright, so cut this. Cut that. Pipeline's in. Pipeline's in. Alright, so we will do tile. Because this should work. And then we go in from the inside to dig out the spill path. And we should be good. So we're just trying to get rid of the water here so that we don't have to have this running. We have petroleum in the tanks. We're making more petroleum by pumping out the crude oil. And then we're dumping the heat back into the oil biome to melt the solid crude. As you can see, we have some stuff right there. Classic. Okay, so that's going to be what we're going to want to do. Wait for the dupes. I need to make sure he doesn't get stuck inside because he could die. A lot of CO2 in this area. Okay, this got done. Gas filler. We're still digging, building the pipeline, moving out the items. They're doing all right. This is not good, though. I mean, I don't think we have bottles of water anywhere. We should probably check. Yeah, there is no water anywhere. Okay, so I should be okay to do a weird strat. We're gonna put a bottle emptier here with water selected, and then every time we mop it up, they will pull the water here so it refreezes. Weird strat, but I think it makes sense. We're moving water from the first map still, and we're dumping in pea water into here. That way all the toilet water gets moved in. That sounds kind of gross, but you know what? For the greater good. For the greater good. What's going on, Cyberdyne? Welcome in. I see you over there, man. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate you for tuning in. We're gonna be able to start telescoping soon. It's gonna be kind of nice. I should probably... Well, I gotta get the power done first. I was thinking to myself, I should probably get a little bit of radiation started with the satellite right there. We will. We just gotta take some time. Clean some stuff up. There's a lot of crude oil here. I just tried to like mop that up or something. Oh, there it is. Water 7. Alright, man, if we mop anything up, they'll be able to move the bottle of water here. Oh, we're out of water for the toilets. Oh, I didn't think about that. We didn't even need to do this. They're taking the water that's melting and using it to wash their hands. Oh my god. That's so smart. I did not think about that at all. That's actually so good. Let's get that built. Alright. We're gonna start moving out gas so we could start pumping here. Mealwood. I have 32 already. Operating supply rocketry can't dig. Oof. Can't dig is really bad. I don't think we take anyone. We take the mealwood. This area is probably going to be warm, right? So that's going to be fine. And then we have the water right there. All right, we should do this now. Move the bammets here. All the bammets to the bottom. Because they are technically a heat source, so we should just stop them from becoming a heat source. We'll leave the floxes outside. Okay, and then we move all the bammets to the bottom. Because they are warm, right? So we have them go to the bottom. These are going to be off. So let's bop the heaters. Eventually, the bottom of the map is going to be nice and warm, right? That's going to be the reason why. It's a lot of stuff for them to move still. Probably drop off a lot of the stuff there. Because a lot of these items are cold, right? So we want to effectively move a lot of the cold items to the top. That way warming it up is going to be a little bit easier. If my dupes aren't doing anything, they have a sweep job. We cannot reach this. Okay. We gotta put a ladder there. Feels bad. Unreachable food. Oh, we're out of food, fam. No way. Oh my god, we're out of food. We're out of food. Oh no, bro. I mean, we'll be fine, I think. We're out of food. 0k cows. So we have to bring food from the first planet over to here. Feels bad. Feels bad. Okay, this isn't plugged in, but I think that's fine. I gotta make sure the water in the pipe doesn't freeze. So if it starts getting cold, I need to start allowing movement in. CO2 still pumping. We just gotta keep pumping. Alright, so this is ready. We're gonna need to dig this for the spill. No more petroleums looping because we're not adding in anything else, so it's kind of my fault. Hey, we have a small little bamini here. Can we open these doors so that they could walk around outside? They do be pretty cold. Oh man, more ice. That's fine. We just get more water for the sink. That makes me realize that we don't have water for the sink. That's kind of gross. Just saying. Alright, so that's the last mammoth that I could see. There's another one down here, but he's hanging out. He's pooping everywhere, though. That might be a problem. And then I need to move the pips to the other planet. Though they are kind of chilling here. Maybe we should move the pips to the bottom. Have them kind of hang out. Either way, they got their jobs done. No more pending deliveries. Alright, so let's do that. Sweep. Edible food. Veggie poppers. Sweet. We lost 200,000 calories, which is fine. Plume squash and meat. I have a lot of plume squash. I just realized that. Why? We're not even growing it. How do we have so much plume squash if we're not even growing it? The wild farming? No way. And then it's just not rotting? I guess I can't be mad. I guess we don't have enough pike apples either. We could do something about that though. Start adding a couple rows of pike apple. I just wonder though, where am I getting the plume squash? It has to be from the wild plants, right? I can't think of any other way. I mean, the dupes are able to eat that. I don't want to pick out some seals just to give them fries, though. Okay. So they have their job set. We're in, boys. We're pumping. Alright, so we need to temporarily turn off a lot of the power. Anything that requires the petroleum jet. So we're gonna just unplug it, let it do its thing till it runs out, and then we'll bop it. Nice. 19 milligrams. Wow. Alright, let's remove this. It's time to get the stuff done. Alright, so dig that, dig that. This should be fine. We can remove this. That's the plan, of course. Nothing inside here. Let's remove that. Let's remove that. Okay, and then we're going to remove this building in general. We know this ladder is not going to be here long term. We're going to replace it. It's just, you know, there's some things we got to replace. Like these liquid reses. Ooh, that lag. Hi, what is this series? Welcome in, Fabio. So, you missed the beginning already. The beginning is, I don't know if you see this. We modded in Demolier on Mini Ceres, blasted Mini Ceres. So this is the far right map. So we had to figure out how to make blast shots because we didn't know if you could actually do it on this planet. So we did it. After we did the blast shots, we shot it down right in front of us. Cycle 228, right? So we just shot it down. And now that we shot it down, we are now going to be rebalancing the petrol and coal in it. Yeah. No, it's fertilizer. You need fertilizer. Fertilizer or peat. Coal does not substitute. It's either fertilizer or peat. And then you needed either biofuel or petroleum. I didn't know the second planet had oil. So I thought to myself, oh man, we have to ranch 400 seals so that we could get enough tallow to boil into biodiesel, right? And then we would be able to make the ammo. Lucky for us, there was solid crude oil on the second planet. But yeah, the original idea was, because we started on this planet and there's no oil here, like, oh no, we have to fight the seals. Yeah, that's why I was a little worried about that. Because it's... Dude, 400 seals in 200 cycles is a lot. I didn't know if we could actually ranch that many. So there was a slight worry, and then we found source of oil, and okay, we're good now. But for the most part, we're going to be doing the Demolier story trait on different planet starts. There's probably going to be a planet start where it's like, since it wasn't designed for this planet, you're going to have a hard time. I could see that happening. Where because the, Demolier wasn't set for that, they end up not realizing that, they set up an impossible task. That could happen, man. That could happen. I seen many of your series, YouTube. Caught you on a new series on Twitch. You have the hardcore series. Hey, man. Glad you enjoy. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching YouTube videos. And of course, above all else, thank you for supporting me and the Mamba. We appreciate you guys, man. It's only with you guys' support that we're still here. So shout out to y'all. But yeah, right now that we shot down Demolier, we are going to be making it cozy. Because while we shot down Demolier, we did a lot of bad stuff. Like pollute the environment with polluted oxygen, fill it up with CO2, dump heat into the environment. So now we are going to be making it cozy for the dupes. So they don't have to sleep in the cold, sleep with the light on, stuff like that. Yeah, that's basically the plan right now, though. We're going to be cozying up the 2 planets. We have some plans. We're going to have a cold planet on this side, and then we're going to have a warm planet on this side. Tallow just melting at the biodiesel feels like an apology from Clay about how hard it is to ranch mammoths and run an ethanol plant at the same time. It's a lot of problems. Ethanol plant, man, CO2 is such an issue, and it's so much. I don't think the Alveo Vera would even keep up. I'm so glad they don't melt crude anymore. I prepared a tallow melter just for the extra crude. Then Relica came, and it's easy now. Dude, man. That's why I feel like a lot of the DLCs, like, in practice, I get the idea of what they're trying to accomplish, and they usually do what they want to do. It's just that it's always, like, one-off. And they need another few updates after you let the players kind of play with it to kind of fix some of the issues. I feel like that's one thing that they did really well with Spaced Out, and we kind of really want that for the other DLCs. Now, of course, given how the price point is different and all that, maybe they do something weird with it. Who knows? But for the most part, I just hope they add some support, man. I feel like it would be so much better if all the new DLCs received a new update. I don't know if it has to be like a full-on content update, but like I feel like if they do receive one, it'd be really beneficial. Alright, this is about ready. We need to do the lip here, and then we're gonna have petroleum. Alright, so jank setup temporarily. Everybody loves the temporary jank. Yeah, that should work. I've seen someone melt tallow gear bomb into biodiesel to turn water into petroleum. Wait, what? So many steps. The prehistoric Jurassic Park is fun because of the big stompy boy and massive plant overgrowths. And then you have to bop the rock, but then you realize that you're supposed to get fiber for exosuits and feel more motivated to do a full boop run. I never made that connection about doing the full boop run. That makes a lot of sense though. Doing full boops on the Prehistoric Planet pack. That makes a lot of sense. On a different asteroid? Dude, that's where the story trades come in. That works well, man. Well, I feel like they should have made it into a story trade initially. But we have modders for that, right? So it's like in the end, we got what we want, I guess. But it felt like, yeah. They could have just did that from the beginning. That would have been so nice. The recipe for tallow bomb is 10 kgs of tallow and 70 kgs of water. Melt into 80 kgs of biodiesel, which freezes back into tallow. Oh, it's the meme loop. Hey man, don't tell Clay. Don't tell Clay, man. They don't need to know about this. They don't need to know, man. They don't. Alright, we'll do that setup. They should be able to leave this way and this way. So we should be fine. Tell them to update algae terrariums. You know what I want them to add? This mod, sweep by type. Give the sweep button the ability to be filtered. If I were to petition anything to Clay, it would be that mod as a base game. Like kind of how they added pliers. Because I'm not gonna lie, man. That mod has been out since before any DLCs were released, and I'm still surprised that it's still not a thing in the game. Like, what the heck, man? It's so good. How come that's still not a thing? Seal-based blast shots might still be viable. Don't say that, man. I don't want to have to try that. Don't say that, my dude. I do want an algae terrarium buff. It's a nice building with flavor text. I want mass move tool. Mass move to be base game. That would be really nice as well. Honestly, there's a lot of those mods like that are QL that I wish were just added to the game. 100%. Alright, let's keep going. Bammits, eggs, bam minis. We gotta move them all. Okay, this is an errand for the veggie poppers. We were out of pike apples. I don't know if I should make them try to cook the meats. We could, though. I just feel like it's not really necessary. A lot of divergent evolution where two critters are once the same. There's no divergence, though. I guess you mean it in a different sense. Like, we get to see the ancestral tree, kind of. Jobbles are implied. Pakut had nothing to eat. But, no, Seacomb, right? Seacomb? They were eating the Seacomb? Not wrong. Didn't they eat the Seacomb? 4-1. It's going down. Okay. So, we need to move the pipeline shenanigans over to here. We have to run this weird setup. We will, for now, move this up. We'll eventually have to move that across. We'll just do it now. And then we'll run that in. Rexes and Dartles, think about it. So I see what you're saying. It's weird, though. I think I see what you're saying, though. That they were based off of the same critter, but changed. It's just weird, though, because it's, like, back in the, prehistoric time. So, like, I guess you could argue that's when everything's evolving. But I never made that connection where it's like, that's potentially the same critter base. I thought they had the same eyes because it's just cheaper to copy and paste. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey man, that's a budget concern. More so than anything else. That's what I thought. I thought that was a budget thing. Alright, I'm in. Power's connected, 9555. 2 batteries. It's like this guy with 2 swords. 2 swords? Alright, there we go. Alright, so everything's back up and running, which should be good now. We have one is going to be the fuel line. And we are going to bop this line now. All the water gets moved out to there. Let's go. This is going to be moving out water from here now in a little bit more controlled fashion. Should be good, should be good. Alright, so in order to have a little bit more control of this area, we're going to do a temp seal. There's no easy way of doing this though. So we're going to remove buildings here. We're going to do these 2. And then those 2. So we do it from the ladder and then from the tile space. We're still pumping up the water. We will for now. How much do we have? 1,200. Yeah, I think we could have all that water pump in. Okay, so we shouldn't move any of the pipes. Yep, nice. And then we need to do a temp seal here. So. I guess we could do it like that. Just do the temp seal. And then we are going to do sandstone sealing for now, while we build out everything else. Dardos were meant to be super fast, but low energy food in the wild favored the low maintenance individuals. Then a few of them overcame the food barrier by becoming carnivores and kept some of that speed in, but had to lose their eyes on only one horn to be left. Feathers imply they evolve to fight the cold rather than embrace it. Yeah, that's technically not divergent because they don't stem from the same critter, right? Because there's got to be a reason why their eggs are different. Like, aren't they just different critters? I don't know, man. Alright, growing some pike apples. I guess we'll take the BBQ. Everyone's just digging. Alright, since we can... Actually, the BBQ and grill should be at the bottom. Yeah, that's probably fine. Start cooking some meat down here at the grill. We still have to wait for them to move out a lot of items, so we'll let them do that. The bammets got moved out. I should try to move the pips out too. That way it could stay cold outside. And then maybe even the smokers. This is generating a lot of heat. I guess smokers don't actually use power, so moving that down here makes a lot of sense. And then we could just add the smoker line to this pipeline so that it just auto dumps instead of needing a job with a canister filler. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Xandrov coming in with the Prime. Thank you so much for the Prime, using it on me. Enjoy the emojis knowing that Xandrov reviewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge, but yo man, appreciate you. Thank you for the support. I see you over there. What's good, Xandrov? How are you? How was the days? How was the Tuesdays, my man? Alright, so since this is good, we're going to remove these ladders. And then take the match. Do that setup. Good. Just got a bike ride in and was able to get the old man nap. People of chat, when you guys nap, how long do you guys nap for? We're scanning. This is not the third planet. This is the metal planet. I mean, it's metal though. I go grab some metal. Okay. New planet though. How long do you guys nap for? I used to have this weird preconceived notion that everyone naps for a couple hours and that's normal. And then when I started asking people, oh yeah, I took a nap. I'm like, oh man, you had a nice nap. Sound good. Right? I never really asked them how long they would nap for. And once I started to do that, I realized some people nap for like 30 minutes. And I'm like, how do you do that? How do you not nap for like a long period of time? I just don't understand how that works. Because I always nap for a long time. So I'm just kind of like, how do you do this? The magic's nice and warm. Alright, and then we're just going to seal this off. So all of the bad gas and liquid is staying inside. Eventually, we're going to expand this, but for now, we want to have a little bit of control over the gas. Wait, this is not right. I never got the pipeline out. I never got the pipeline out. Okay, so I need a reservoir here. Temperature of the gas shouldn't matter, so we're just going to pull it straight out like that. Short naps, an hour. Depends on where I'm napping. In my car at work, 10 minutes. At home, in bed, maybe 60. Ah, in bed. That's a good indicator. Mujinzo, 15 minutes. I see you over there. 15-minute nap. Not gonna lie, man. That do sound kind of nice. End up being a little bit too much liquid. Because we're gonna have to just deconstruct, reconstruct this. Should be alright. Should be alright. Alright, a lot of the gas here got dumped out, so we don't need to do that dump anymore. But yeah, every time I nap, dude, it's for 1 to 2 hours. And every time I nap, I feel groggy as hell. That's probably my fault, to be honest. But yeah, man, every time it feels like that. All right, we are going to stop running the heaters. Not bad. We still need to move out a lot of items. If I want to wake up from a nap abruptly, I usually imagine I left the stove on or something like that. See, I don't have control over my thoughts like that, where I could just consciously decide I need to wake up. Small problem, small problem. Every time I feel groggy and my heart's pounding like I've been through a marathon, I see you over there. That's after you nap every time? Dude, man. I do know that's one thing that happens when you lay down, when you haven't laid down for a long time. Like if you've been standing up all day, moving around, and then you lay down, and your body's not used to it, it's usually because when you're laying down, your blood in your body is evenly kind of level. So your heart has a lot more blood, right? Because everything doesn't have to flow against gravity anymore, up and down. And they say that because of that, you might get that rush. But it's usually the moment you lay down, not after a nap, though. My body has internal clock. Oh, I see a Xandroff. Yeah. Your body has built in that habit. I low-key wish I had that habit, man. I really do. I low-key wish I had that habit. The water is going to be taken to here, so I shouldn't have to worry. The pea water should be dumped into here. Alright, we're 2 digits still. Don't have to move any of the water. That internal clock habit, man. I hear as you get older, it gets earlier and earlier and earlier, and then you're going to wake up one day at like 3 in the morning. And you're going to be like, why am I up 3 in the morning? Who knows? Who cares? I'm just going to go check out the Laker game from last night. Like, damn, man. Lakers lost. That's literally the conversation I had with my bosses sometime, man. They're like, yeah, man, I get to work early, because every time I get to work, my boss is always there, and I asked him one day, why are you always here? He's like, oh yeah, I get to work early and just get stuff done. I was like, damn, why'd you wake up so early? He's like, oh, I'm used to it. I just automatically wake up. He'll just wake up, it's dark out, he'll start doing some stuff, put on the news, watch some TV. And then he'll head to work, and he's like, it's a lot nicer to get to work and there's no traffic, so you just drive. I was like, that's actually kind of true. Not having to deal with traffic, man. It really do be like that sometimes. All right, we're gonna be able to remove the pump, dump all the liquid out. Oh, I don't have automation here. I need to control that. We need an Atmos sensor here. Oh, they're already working on it. Let's go. Alright, little bit of liquid. So now this is cleaned up. We don't have to worry about that anymore. And then we could get the crude oil line back. All we got to do is move the pump back into the crude. For the most part, though, there's nothing really here we gotta worry about. Let's dig out these tiles right here. This heat sink's not gonna matter too much anymore. I bought, or no, I'm sorry. I read that already. Alright, so this pump is no longer needed, and this pump is no longer needed. And we need to basically move it down to there. Now, I don't know if we want to use... Oh, we have a lot of crude down this way. How much is in here? 600? I guess we just keep it there. That's not a bad idea. We have to not run... We don't run that, so that bridge doesn't work. And then we don't run that as well. Okay, cool. My sleep routine is much more better since your girlfriend. Hey, I see you. Going to set up an oil pump? Yeah. The thing is that I want to use up all the oil that's already solid first. So we want to dump a lot of heat into here. So we're basically refining metal and then using that heated oil to dump into the bottom of the map. At least that's the logic. And then by doing that, we have, you know, a little bit of conservation of energy. The only problem is that, I feel like I'm going to be going through most, if not all of my oil to get that done. Should be fine, though. I see a Xandrov. Yeah. Oh, look at that. It's almost ready, boys. Okay, we're just gonna push it over a little bit. You know what it is? We're just gonna give it a little bit of a nudge. Yeah, the frozen oil right here. Solid crude. It's melting. Pump it down the bad gas. Alright, so the Atmos sensor here is good. We're going to seal this up now so we stop generating excessive amounts of CO2. We're dumping in the pea water. What is that weird looking refinery? It's like a wood burner. This one right here. So normally, I would say I wouldn't always do this, but normally I would manually boil the crude to get as much petroleum as we can. Oh, this one. So I don't know if you played the new DLC with the dinos. There is a giant meteor that spawns at the temporal tear, cycle 1, and it flies in to try to hit you. Now the thing with that is that it tried to fly in, but we shot it down. So we broke it up into these 3 points of interest. You spawn with a turret, the meteor blaster up top. And we basically made the ammo and destroyed the meteor before it could crash. Since it broke apart, I guess the mass distribution caused it to just idle in the orbit. But for the most part, that was the ammo maker so that we could make the intracosmic blast shot to shoot down the meteor. So that was just the added objective we modded in at the beginning of the run, for the most part. I think that's what you were asking though, right? This building. Blast shot maker. So that's why you don't see me use this. Not very often do we have to shoot down a meteor, right? So. Alright, no one got stuck. Let's go. And we're going to be sealing up the CO2 source. Good times. Still useful against small meteorites. It is. It's just a lot of times you don't have excessive amounts of refined metal to, you know, make blast shots with. Moving out the ice. Let's go. That's the only downside. Like, you're not guaranteed a metal volcano, so it's like utilizing blast shots regularly is like dependent on whether or not you get certain resources. That's the one thing with implication of items so that you don't get too early. Like, are the resources renewable? And that becomes like an issue. Put a meteor blaster with intracosmic blast shots and open rocket. Don't know if that's possible. So you would have to melt the rocket, right? Otherwise you don't get sight of space. Man, I feel like that would crash the game. I feel like that would crash the game. Like, I don't actually know if it would, but I feel like it would. Alright, a lot of heat right here. Handling. We're getting crude oil now. Nice. Power's still back on. So we're not too worried about this. Which means we could start deconstructing this area. Well, I guess we only deconstruct here. I guess we'll keep it. There's a lot of pipes that we'll have to deconstruct again later anyways. Well, no, oh yeah, the meteorites. Could you fly into the same tile as a meteorite and then shoot it down that way? Oh, it's a little baby Pip. Yeah, he hang out with us. Hey, buddy. That little guy is hanging out. 42? Dude, this temperature is weird. It goes up and down. This is getting cooler, though. It's at 30 degrees. That's just a graphical representation. That's true. You don't really get meteor showers inside. That'd be funny, though. You start hunting down meteors. You're inside your rocket, just trying to hunt it down. That would be kind of funny. Alright, we could dig all that. Probably want to bop this pipe. Same with this power line. Move out that gas. So with the seal now... above 5. Let's go with 3,000. Above 3,000. Man, we got a lot of kilograms fast. Oh, I see what you're saying. It's just a visual indicator, not really if the meteor is actually on the tile. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Like, it's not actually there. It's just, for immersion's sake, showing you that it's there. Kind of a deal. I see you with that. I see you with that. Oh. Yeah, we're not getting petroleum because of the... I bought the storage loot. That should be fine still. New planet, 3rd Ceres Cluster. Let's go. Pips. Oh, you get Drecos. Dude, you get Drecos. No way. Oh my god. Jungle biome. I hope I get a Dreco. There's a chance that we get the biome with no Dreco inside. Oh man. Drecos are the best. Drecos are easily the best. They're the best around. Never gonna let you down. Okay, so how do I want to do this? All right, we're gonna move the rock crusher to here. We're gonna run the wire down to connect to that. We're gonna run another bridge this way and put that connection right there. We're gonna move this wire to the bottom and then this wire to here to power this area. And then we're gonna take this line, we're gonna remove the rock crusher and move to there. It's effectively an empty line. This is gonna be our power line for our rad bolt setup. We should be good because we're gonna have the reservoir right here, right? So we're just heat dumping as best as we can. Nice 40 degrees. We could do a lower temp of like 10. Kind of make use of the material a little bit to be positive. Dude, man, Slicksters is because, man, Slicksters are rough, man. I feel like they're in a rough spot. All right, so we know this is level. And we know that everything around it is like a little bit off. So inside here is probably a +1 level. Yeah. Let's break this. This is not going to matter. We're going to pop power line here. Yeah, they want heat. I mean, I get the idea though. Like, you naturally just generate a lot of heat just by way of playing the game. But it's like, yeah, they don't give you a lot of options for that. I think the problem stems from the fact that if you get a hot planet and it's already, you're generating a lot of heat, it's like, it's tough, right? Who are you going to give the neural vacillator to? Do I have one? Oh, I do. It's unassigned. No one has it right now. No plans, I guess is what I'm saying. So, yo man, Xandra, if you're in the colony and you want it, I hook you up. Are you on this side of the planet? You are on this side. You want to give it to Abby? Alright, we'll give it to Abby. Is it sleep time though? Yo man. Allie had to wake up 4 in the morning to go get this. And you know what? Abby's still in bed. It's already 8 in the morning. Can she actually sit on this? Oh, that works. Deep diver's lungs. Nice. She's a swimmer. Consuming some of petroleum generator CO2 is free, but the whole thing requires a lot of setup. Yep, heat control. Once the slicksters get a little bit too cold, it's bad times. Getting some free petroleum. Alright, so we could copy paste. Now remove this. Connect that on the line. Pause this. Cut that. Here. Cut that. Alright, everything should still be powered. Should be good. 41, 29. This is cooling down. Let's go. I see. So cooling down the pea water is a little tough. Maybe I shouldn't have used pea water in there. Alright, so the new system right there is going to be fine. We got to wait for the dupes over here. We're going to be building a new rad build area. This is the proper height that we want to be at, so it's going to be good. How are you cooling the tuner? We're running something called a ethanol rain loop. So effectively, how the build works is you have to run the cooling pipe into this heat sink box first. And it's a balanced setup, meaning that it's kind of like a self-powered or self-cooling steam turbine. There is a upper limit that your AQ could kind of surpass, and we kind of surpassed it. But the idea is that you see the drops of ethanol on the AQ. This area right here is always going to be a vacuum because it's doing heat transfer with the temperature plate. Since the AQ cools the box first, you maintain a temperature point where this area will always re-liquefy any ethanol gas. So this is ethanol gas on this layer because it's getting hot. Now, there is a conversion step of gas to liquid, and there is a heat transfer change in terms of how it cools down. So the logic is that we take that difference in value, and with the setup that we have, we effectively make it deleted. Gas is easier to cool than it is to cool down the liquid, and the liquid itself holds more energy in the liquid mass than it does in the gas counterpart. As a result, when the gas floats up, it gets cooled, and then the liquid falls back down. I've never seen you do this before. It's because it's one thing you need specifically ethanol, right? Ethanol liquid. And we got that naturally on the planet. So because we have it naturally, I was like, we could make use of it. Second thing is you normally don't get ethanol, right? Like outside of the planet having it this time around, you normally just don't get it just because it's kind of, I guess you would say rare. Not a lot of planets spawn with ethanol already on it. You do get some planets that do, but it's not common. So because of that, you almost never have a chance of doing this. And then two, this is technically not that good. Kind of like the self-powered steam turbine, the concept makes a lot of sense, and having it get pulled off is really good. The problem stems from the fact that it has an upper limit. So my spawn right here has already too much energy for this to cool down. So I have to stop adding in water. Now, the good news is that there's a lot of oxygen, and it's trying to cool down the oxygen that we already have. So it's working. It's not keeping up with the pace of the heat that's being generated by the spawn itself. So you could see right there is a little bit of inefficiency since I'm not generating more oxygen anymore. It's not something you could kind of like push to the limit. You have to work within the realm of the build itself. Don't have plastic? No. Not yet anyways. There are some plans to get it, but basically we could either polypress the petroleum or we could grab it from the nectar. We don't have it yet. Just because we weren't focusing on getting plastic at all. And then after we got plastic done, we built a spawn. But yeah, we could get it now. That could be something we could work on. But for the most part, before, we didn't have access to it now. But yeah, we have oil. If you have oil, you have plastic. So it's just like, we could do it. It's just we didn't have time before, but we have time now. It's 3750 DTUs of cooling per power cost. So it's decent. It is. It's just, you have to work within the realm of the ethanol limits in and of itself. You could only cool so much. Heat dumpers are us. Okay, so let's get back into the game. This got built. Let's go. We are going to... Could we dig this? I want to get rid of the deodorizers, but it's like we have polluted oxygen here. I might as well try to deal with it. I want to deal with the polluted oxygen so that we don't have to have it anymore. Cleaning up a little bit of the base. Yeah, we're setting that up right now. We're going to be using the satellite right here to do a little bit of radbolt research. Because before we were setting up the petroleum gen. So now that we have it, we could actually take a power line and pull it across. So that's actually what we're going to be doing. Let's go up. Go to here. Hydrogen plus wheel. We don't need to have that there anymore, though. Yeah, we'll be fine. Let's get that here, get that there. What is the reason for the mesh on top of the petrol room? Later on, we're going to put natural gas. Because we have a natural gas gen, or a geyser on this side. And we have natural gas right here. So later on, we're going to get natural gas. We could put it here, and it could drip water into the same room. So that we only use one pump. Right, so, you know, future power plant. Future power plant. Welcome in, though, FPS Entropy. I see you over there. Alright, we're just going to leave everything as is so that we could just do what we got to do here. So, we're just going to be setting this up. Funny thing is that the proper layer for this is right underneath where the satellite is. So it lines up perfectly. We're probably going to do this. And then we're going to need to put... Honestly, these should be insulated tiles. The insulated tiles have more mass, so they'll actually stop more radiation from leaking through. And then I think we only do one radbolt gen. So we could do it like this, even though this would be better. So they're getting hit by a lot of radiation right now. Feels bad. Okay, so we will very likely just want the material study terminal right there, just to absorb the hits. Power setup is simple. And then I guess we would want an automation here. I mean, we don't really need it. We could just do this simple automation. So we do the NOT gate here. In, out. Cool, let them work. They might get a little bit of radiation sickness though. Oh man, the CO2 is getting pumped out. So nice. Okay. Moving here. Doing the petroleums. We be smelting. Ah, look at that. More crude oil is melting. The funny thing with this is that there's so much mass in here that this is going to break out. But there's so much solid tiles next to it that it's going to be impossible to do that. So this is just going to melt and then spill. That's going to be kind of nice. So once we get rid of all this oil and pump it up and convert it to petroleum, we're gonna dig down deeper into here. There's gonna be a next vein, and then the next two right here, it's gonna be more. So it's gonna be nice. And we're just dumping heat into these tiles and transferring it down. Fungal spore. Undigging feels bad. Alright, we're still moving out a lot of items. They got the barbecues made. It's looking not bad. I don't technically want stuff here and also have the smoker here because I feel like it's gonna melt the ice. So we'll wait on moving the smoker for now. Okay, no power there. We're running that. Should be okay. We're using a lot of wheel power right now, I'm realizing. I mean, we technically don't have that much petroleum to burn off. But I do want to stop running the wheel. That way we can have a lot more dupe labor do other stuff. Okay, so how do we want to do this? We're gonna have power for the rabble. Let's get that started first. I don't want to overstretch the dupes. Other thing I need to consider is probably getting more pike apples made. Another thing is maybe transitioning away from pike apples because we don't have phosphorite to last long term. Oh yeah, we have 13 tons on this side. We technically don't need phosphorite. Alright, let's put 10 tons here. And we only have 13, so that should be fine. We're going to move all the phosphorite out, and then we'll sweep it back to the other side. It's not bad, it's not bad. $500. Let's go 200 so that we don't flood the buildings. Yeah, it's looking all right. Okay, gonna get the rad bolt set up. This is gonna aim down. We're gonna go 51. Pro tip: travel distance, we get the K, so we want to make sure we get that set up. Power lines more or less built, 5 watts, 120, 460, 600, 605. So we have about 395. We could put some power on that, I guess. I want to get this oil to be used, so we're just going to spill that out and mop it back up. Ooh, no more petroleum, no more pea water. Get rid of this. Cut that off. Nice. Alright, how bad's the radiation here? It's still a lot. Okay, so the smart play here, honestly, would be to double up. Oh, we have lead. Okay, we have lead. Lead layer. Lead is the most radiation blocking material outside of like liquid hydrogen, solid hydrogen. And then plastic's also pretty good. So we're just going to be using that as a radiation barrier so we don't get sick just doing the research. Right? This is pretty bad. 600 rads. So we're just going to add a layer right there. This is pretty good. I'm going to pump this up so that we're pumping up polluted oxygen. If we pump up some oxygen, I really can't be mad. But this is technically removing some of the PO2, so it's, you know, good for us. Another thing I should probably do is dig this out. So let's get rid of the ladders here. Let's get a tile here. And then we want to start digging down like this. just so that this has more access to CO2. It's getting there, man. It really is. This heat dumping loop is so jank, but it works. Okay, so one of the things we're going to want to do is we're going to ranch just cuz. But I think what we're really going to want to do is how do we want to do this? So I was thinking we could just grow unperishable food. And then that way we don't have to worry about having cold storage. Just grow unperishable food. In which case, I think we're going to use the chlorine gas and do megafrons. We could do pemmican too, I guess. Pemmican is kind of nice. So we would have to do seals for tallow. And then we do the tallow pemmican. That way we could use some of the raw meat from ranching. Right? And then we would need megafrons. Okay, minus 45 to 15, so this is fine. We could do souffle pancakes. We want to do berry sludge, so you could do that with pike apples. I don't know if we do that. Because the problem with pike apples is we're going to need something called phosphorite. We currently have no way of generating it. We really need to get Drecos. Like, we could try to get Bamids, but they are a lot more work. And while Bamids could be fun to ranch, Kappa, I feel like getting Drecos or doing Bristle Blossoms would just be a lot simpler. It's because we have a cool slush geyser right here. So we have cool slush, polluted water vent, and then cool salt slush that we haven't even used yet. And it's just sitting there accumulating. So we have water. So I'm thinking to myself right now, we have a lot of water here. We're sending the water to the other planet from here anyways. This salt water's chilling, so we could do something with that. And then on this side, we have water here. So I'm thinking... couple things we could do. We could dump this water into here. The thing that kind of sucks is that it kind of makes more sense to use the water that's here at the location. And then the problem on this side is we want to use the water for the oil well. I mean, that's only because we want that as a power source, though. We could just open the natty gas and try to run it off of that. And then the oil well becomes an option, kind of as if we want petroleum. That way, we're not purely just relying on natty gas. So then this doesn't have to be running full-time on the oil well. Yeah, that's probably fair. Because we are going to be warming up this map, so having bristle blossoms here makes a lot of sense. Though it would make a lot more sense, though, to use this 26-degree water. I guess we could also just put the water in a teppidizer. It's going to be a little bit power hungry, but it would work. So long-term food, we want to make unperishables, and then we need to start growing the stuff. So there's a lot of sleet wheat grain here already. Though we're not planning on growing that for food. We're going to rely on Megafron to save on water. The problem we really run into is we have only one Megafron seed. Right? One unit, which is fine. We get started with the one. And then we could make berry sludge on this side. We just don't have the berries. I guess we could make pike apples. What other option do we have for veggie poppers? Because veggie poppers are really good just because of raw calories you generate. Oh, we do sweat corn or grub fruit. Ooh. And then we could just keep the pike apples for the berry sludge. Ooh. You know who has grub fruit? We do. Because we got all the sulfur in the world. Okay, that works. That might be the play. We just have to start growing grub fruit with the Sweeto babies. It's spindly specifically. Oh, no, bro. Spindly sucks. You get so much. You get so less calories. It's like 2,000 calories off. Calories suck so bad on that. It's 800 versus... You get 800. The proper grub fruit. Oh, they don't tell you. Wait, what? This is not 250 kcals. The smoker does extend the calories 100%. But it's like, I would have been able to do like a couple of veggie poppers from a full grub fruit than I would have from a spindly. Either way though, spindly life, it is what it is. Okay, so no Sweetles. We just have to have a raw grub fruit farm. That's so gross. We don't get the fertilizer bonus. We don't get to see the legs. That's so sad. No legs, no grub fruit bonus. No farming bonus. Well, it is what it is. Okay, so grub fruit temperature range. 15 to 50. So regardless of where we do it, we gotta have good temperature. We do not have any of that temperature as a option right now. Nowhere is close. Maybe over here, but that's temporary heat. Grubfoot produces 8 times 250. $2K versus 800. Yeah, that's tough. You got to pick the 2K every time. We could technically do something where we run this water in. Like, take the water that's here. Before moving it into the reservoir, move it into like a farm area. Could you do grub fruit, pemmican, berry sludge? No, just bristleberry and pike apples. That way we get to use the grub food, right? And we get veggie poppers. That's kind of nice. Okay, so... Spinally produces faster. Still, though, isn't it just inferior? Operation warm up the map. That's going to be so tough. There's some places close to 0 because we've been heating it up for a while. But yeah, a lot of the places, it's tough. Okay, so this is ready. There we go. 6:05. They're both running. Okay, so that's there. We're going to start moving the scientist over. After we're done scanning, and we're done scanning. Area complete. Nice. That means this pipeline's no longer needed. I'm just going to dump out the gas right here. And then we're just going to cut the line to the O2 right there. And then it's just going to release all the gas. And then once that empties, we could just do whatever we want with it. This pipeline. Are we still sweeping? We is. Okay. A lot of the sweep is good. Let's move these plants out this way. Let's move these items out this way. Alright, that's going to be the new job, clearing out this area. And then we'll be able to move the smokers here a little bit better. I guess we could move the ice out over here. So that planet is kind of chilling. Generating rad bolts. We're going to have one of the researchers on the side. We only have one researcher. And is that Maya? Yeah, okay. So we got to make a couple rooms. $250 kcal psycho versus 200. I see, I see. Let's get rid of that. We were on buildings. The wire doesn't get deconned. How bad is this? It's still kind of tough. 200, 180. You would get sick from that still. I mean, it is what it is. There's only so much you could do to stop the radiation. 185 per cycle. That charges the rad bolt in this cycle. That's actually really nice. Right? Got that cleaned up a little bit. Okay, so we're gonna need a lot of rooms redone. And we're gonna need to do a lot of weird setup. Alright, let's get rid of this. Actually, no. We are going to get rid of this. 400 kgs. Yeah, so we basically have to bop that. Well, no. Leave that connected and just remove this. It shouldn't spill the petroleum. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't want to put a fat tile of ice and then we melt it later on. That would kind of suck. Alright, so we're just gonna dump the petroleum back out. So it's just gonna take all the petroleum there, put it in. D Mayor, what's good? I see you over there. How are you? Oh my god, this filled up fast. Man, I didn't know it generated that much CO2. Man, 22 per tile? That's fast. Dude, this thing generates PO2s, man. It really does. Yeah, don't do it with lead, man. That's not renewable. That sounds like a potentially bad time. Did someone get radiation sickness? Disabled. Automation works. Okay, so this is ready. Alright, we'll send Maya from the first planet over. Are they on downtime? Nope. Maya, second side. You're moving. You're moving. We got a lot of cold debris to move. Oh, Maya slipped on the way to the other side. Teleport? I'm in. Alright, Maya's hanging out now. Cool beans. She could act. Oh, she doesn't have the skill still. Alright, she'll get both. She'll be able to research now. We got to get her another research room that's more proper. You can't deconstruct the mini pod after already building it. That sucks. So now it's going to permanently be there, right? I wanted to use that light source for the... Oh, I guess we could still fit it inside. True. Oxalite, anemic, pure supplier, frostproof. You know what? We'll take Jean on this side though, because he's gonna be hauling. Jean. How come you're not on the list, Jean? There he is. What kind of jobs to relocate? Storing. Storing job, baby. We're not gonna melt the mini pod, man. We're not gonna do it. Alright, so he's gonna help out with the storing. John, we will give you carrying capacity, as everyone should have. I realize we have a ration box, and we need to get rid of this. Man, that is a lot of CO2. It generates it fast. Oh, emptied out the line. Let's go. So we clean this up now. There we go. What's going on, Andy? Welcome in. I see you over there. What's good? How are you? How are you? Three, two. All right, we're gonna do this to get access to the ice and be able to move it out. Phosphorite. Yeah, not bad. Just winding down for the day. Awesome, awesome. Yo, man, Tuesday. Tuesday's done. You don't have to do it again. Wow, we did the research fast. You don't have to do the Tuesdays again, man. Scalding. Oh my god. You're burning yourself on a cold planet. Is it that cold, man, that you have to resort to warming up that way? I can't believe they done this. They sat in 119 degrees Celsius liquid sulfur. Well, I'm done looting T5s. We'll need to get a lot of rounds for the occupants. Oh man, good luck, dude. Good luck, good luck. Xandroth is so cold, he is solidifying the sulfur. That actually makes it so that we could probably analyze this without getting burned down. Funny strat, funny strat. Oh no, bro. Food poisoning? You might need to get out of here before you rip a fart or something. They seem fine. Okay. Want to maintain the vacuum still for now before we release all the hot sulfur out. We could actually just move all the sulfur outside. I didn't think about that. Oh no, bro. No power. Too many things running. Alright, no AQ for now. Alright, this AQ is just really demanding on the power. It's working though. 26 instead of 30. Our single petroleum gen is trying to do its best. The oil is going down. Oh, look at that. Another tile melted. So once this gets to 37 even, that's not even a thing, right? It's an odd number. Once this gets to 37 degrees Celsius prime, it is going to melt and spill out all the sweet, sweet oil. So we're almost good. Almost good. A lot of hot petroleum sitting in the pipes, waiting to dump out. So far, so good. Radbolt Tech is good. Okay, so what do we need to do next? So technically that's a heat source. A lot of the top is already stripped of a lot of the cold energy, meaning that we removed a lot of the items that would generate it. The only thing left is like sweeping these solids, I guess. We're also releasing warm air here into the area. So it's getting close to 0. That's a good thing for us. This is already sealed away from the extreme cold, minus 50. And then there is extreme cold here, but it's kind of sealed away into this pocket. Then it's just here and then here. Holy shit. I'm good, I'm good. Just need to hydrate really fast. Alright. I have a sip of coffee left. Not bad, not bad. So we have natty gas here. I should probably try to tap. And tapping it is probably a great thing. So let's redo this. Let's run the sandstone down. This is gonna line up, right? So alright, so this ladder allows me to build tiles here. And we're basically gonna do that. We're going to be rerouting some stuff. Just to make it a little bit better. We're gonna run that in the tile, run that into this tile. Once we can, I do want to dig that. The neutronium sealing is fine. We're basically gonna have the natural gas pump into an infinite pressure tank right here. And then we're gonna move the natty gas from the infinite pressure tank outside to our generators. And I'm not too worried about having the pipeline leak out heat from the hot natty gas, just because of the fact that it's gonna help warm up the map. Another thing I should probably do is reinforce here. So let's do some stuff for that. So the rad bolt tech is good. We're still doing the tech. We're gonna make a temp research room. It could probably be right here by the kiln, to be honest. So, supercomputer, research station, and then you need a light source, but it doesn't have to be on, right? You do want the lit workspace. Oh, could we send that over? The conveyor belt? You can. We're gonna take one of these light sources and sweep it over. Yeah. And then we'll just move the light source into the room. Let's go. All right, still sweeping. It's gonna be easier to warm up once we're able to move out a lot of the cold items that are negative. So that's going to take some time, but that's going to be our operation right now. The other thing to make would be to make the Megafront Ranch planter box thing. I feel like that would be kind of nice. All right, this is locked. You can't accidentally go inside. Right, so we do want to just ladder down to here. And we'll probably do the Megafront right here. Makes a lot of sense. Right next to the chlorine anyways. This spawns at 60. What do you mean plants have died? What do you mean? Where's their dead plant? Why I click this? Don't take me where plant die. What the heck? Where? Can't be over here. We don't grow the plant. We don't have it on farm tiles. That's usually a sign that the plant got submerged. Dude, there's no liquid anywhere. I'm so confused. Dude, not the grub fruits, man. Grub fruits are the real MVP. Dude, we have seeds everywhere, though. That's the thing. We have seeds throughout everywhere that has grub fruits in general. Oh, you know what it could be? You know what it could be? We had a pip. The pip might have planted the grub fruit seed in a weird spot, and then it died because it wasn't going to survive there in general. I could see that happening. We had a pip over here. Dang it, dude. I don't know where the pip ran off to. Pip be doing pip things, man. You see him? Next to the heat exchanger. Oh, there he is. So he must have planted grub fruit somewhere. Look at that sleet wheat randomly in the oil biome. I think that's probably what happened. He planted something and then it's too cold for it to survive because the heat exchanger made it so that he could for a while, and then it's like, no, you really couldn't. Pips be pippin', man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Really do be like that though sometimes. You hate to see it. Alright, so we should be alright. Food's going up. Food's going down. I have a little bit of a food issue, but I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. Did we move? We did. All right, so lumen quartz. Nice. Lumen quartz. If you put a lumen quartz on a pedestal, is that considered a light source? I feel like pedestals with lumen quartz as natural light is so good. If you could actually do that. Oh, she doesn't have a chair to eat. No, yeah, we carved it. We carved it. You can't move it unless you carve it, right? So it's carved. It's just you know, putting on a pedestal makes it look a little bit more proper. But putting on the floor is just funny. For now, we'll have it on the floor. Can't we have... Dude, I'm surprised we don't have this yet. A hanging pedestal. You know what I'm saying? It's basically, you could take the pedestal and have it hang off the ceiling. I'm surprised we don't have that. Because they could easily just flip this upside down, so pedestals here, and then have like a glass case where the item is resting on, so that the items would be in the middle. That'd be bomb. I want a shelf update. Yeah, man. Give the dupes the pedestals they want, and then you could have pedestals in the bedrooms now, and that could be the decor item. Dude, that'd be so good. You would have a reason to like hunt for items now. Like, oh, dude, the pedestal effect is so good. Surprised that's not a thing. Clayman, you hear me? I got ideas. Hit me up. Hit me up, man. I got the ideas. They should pair it up with like personal dupe trophies so we have more artifacts placed on it. That'd be kind of cool. And then at that point, I would want... What do you call that? You know, when you go to like a high school and they're like the best football high school in the nation. So like when you walk through the main entrance, it's just glass and all the trophies. Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? Like a trophy display cabinet in the design of like the schools. It's like really big, right? Kind of like a hallway almost. So I wouldn't mind something like the size of a natty gas gen. 3x4. Cabinets along the side like that. So it's 4 tiles, right? Make it hold double the amount of artifacts slash trophies. That way it makes sense to have it instead of just putting 4 pedestals. Just saying, man. Just saying. Oof. My man Catalina. Always be slipping. That'd be cool though, man. Having those display cabinets like that. Oh yeah, wood pile. Yeah. The assets already in the game. Just allow you to build it. And then, you know what else we should be able to add in? Lockers. Oh, dude. Lockers. And you know what else they should add? Make it so that dupes that have an assigned locker could change their outfit randomly. So you could put a catalog of outfits inside, and depending on what day they feel like it, they might change. Clay, if you're listening, I got ideas. I got ideas, man. Locker room morale, dude. That'd be so cool. Clay, man, hook me up. Bring me on board, man. I just need to check in the mail. I'll pop in the ideas, anything you guys want me to work with you guys on. I'll push away team as well. Clayman, I'm doing my best to sell myself, but it's like, you know, I could only do so much. Either way, though, you know, I'm already an ambassador. But yo, man, I wouldn't mind being on the team. All right. So no water for the wash basins feels bad. Still delivering ice. We are moving out all the ice from here still, which is not bad. We gotta dig this down too. No research selected. We're gonna run both of these. This is not a light source. Oh no. Alright, we're gonna put a ceiling light in, and then we're just not gonna power it. They need the fake light so that they believe they're working in the light source. That sucks. Oh, this is almost done. So this broke open. So now we're just waiting to melt the rest of the oil. Yeah, let's go. That could be a new DLC if anything. Dude, that fits in their format too. Of the new DLC format. Minor updates, if anything. Very cosmetic. And I feel like it allows for a level of customization that'd be really cool. IMO. Alright, we should be able to dig all that and not really worry. Within range, let's go. Dig all that. Nice. All right, research. Now that we have Rad Bolt Tech, we can tech out the other stuff. I will want to grab... We'll just do this top down. Space battery. Okay, a little bit of polluted oxygen. That's going to get cleaned up though. We have some deodorizers there. Moving out the ice and stuff. All good. There's a lot more ice we're going to have to move soon. Alright, so now the research is good. I would want to try to make a room now where we could either... Okay, so we did the analysis here. How do I want to do this? Millet seeds. We could do sweat corn. Oh, we don't have peat. Is there an alternative fertilizer? No, you just need peat. Oh man. There's no way for us to get that. No lums. So sweat corn's out of the question. Even if we have the millets. Okay. So I want to create a warm environment right now. The smart move would be to use the pea water. I guess there's no real problem with that. We could do some really weird / jank pipeline setups. And I think I would want to use this space for the plants. I just feel like I don't want to use too much. So how would this make sense? The problem is that eventually it's going to be filled up with CO2 with the dupes going in, hanging out because they're going to like the warm temperature. And then they're going to be like, yeah, man, we're hanging out here. Now, that's not a bad thing per se. It's just that I have to consider it, right? I guess we could also put it here because it makes a lot of sense. 33. Okay, so this does make a lot of sense. Putting the farm back here. And then we could ranch at the bottom, right? That's not too bad. Move the bedrooms to the middle. Start doing refinement on the left side instead. Start doing a little bit of abyssalite digging. Random water right there. Alright, so we're gonna spill a lot of water real fast. We have an unknown tile. We're gonna show you guys how to deal with that as well. Unknown tiles are fun. Okay, so we potentially want to put the farm here. I probably do 2 rows. And then the bottom rows, we could do ranching. Makes a lot of sense. And then the only thing we're really worried about... Yeah, look at all that water. So a lot of the water is going to fall down. It's going to freeze. We'll mop up the top 2 layers. And then we'll get water for the washing of the hands. This is warm enough that I think we'll be able to start just putting bathrooms here. And then it will just keep the temperature warm. Alright, I got a weird idea. A really weird idea. I probably should use petroleum / crude to pull this off. Yeah, okay. Let's mop this up, mop that up. Heat exchangers here. We need to move it lower, though. Alright, so it is time. Update the heat exchanger to go a little bit to the bottom. We're going to run the heat exchanger so that it goes to the right side, and then we're going to pump here. Start pumping this up. Yeah, man, the reverse heat spike. We got the cold spike, baby. So this doesn't need to be here. We have a lot of hydrogen that we could use, though. That's really nice. I forgot about this hydrogen. I forgot we had this. Not gonna lie. I forgot we had this. Dude, 600 kgs of hydrogen we accumulated by just having the open spawn. Open electrolyzer, I mean. Breathability is still pretty bad up there. So this got done. We could do the natty gas. Alright, so we need the oil. We're gonna do one of the jankest ideas I've had. So we'll do this. We will do 1 tile. 1 tile should be fair. And then we'll move a bottle emptier right there. Well, I keep hitting the wrong button. Put that on that side. Run airflow like this. Then we do double door setup. 2 can't pull 3, so this works. And then we put a dispenser here. Alright, this is going to be a weird idea, but I think it's going to work out. At least for now. Yeah. Alright, mop of the crude on that side makes a lot of sense. We got to work on this. I just want to make sure. There's no Sporkid zombie spores, right? It just doesn't spawn because it's negative 100, right? That would suck. I just casually just mine into zombie spores. Dude. If they ever add lockers, they should add suits that unlock different abilities so it's used often. Well, lead suit, jetpack, atmo suit, we have 3, and we only use 1. The only other suit I would want them to have is a buoyancy suit. They could swim across the surface of water. So, like, they basically always float. That'd be kind of interesting. Oh, Pip suit, the plant natural. Dude. That's too broken. That'd be too broken. Because then you're going to start getting these weird ideas like, oh yeah, just give them a puff suit. So that when they breathe in polluted oxygen, they make slime instead of pea dirt. And it's like, no man, that's way too dank. Way too dank. And you're going to start having polluted oxygen colonies, man. This is not a light source. I actually have to do this. Wow, and then I have to disable it. Maybe it allows them to eat slime for cake house. Dude, then you're gonna start having a slickster suit. Hangs out in CO2, produces oil. Like, dude, once you start basing suits off of critters, too strong, man. Too strong. You give someone a shovel suit, so when they die, you could eat the meat. That's messed up. Alright, let's grab a little bit of oil here. We have a lot of oil from the side, so we should be able to fill up the tile, no problem. They don't have to be critters. I'm saying, man, buoyancy suit, you float on top of bodies of water, so you don't need to build platforms on water, you just swim across. That way you don't have to go all the way to the bottom and climb all the way back up. You just float across the surface. That could be kind of nice. $195. 1,400 grams. That's nothing. Alright, so we probably should get started on the Megaphron Ranch. Try to get that dug out. Do that from there. Actually, we'll do that last. So, Megafrons. Minus 45 to 15. And it has to be in in chlorine. 90 grams per second. Okay. So for the most part, I don't even think I need to do anything. We might be better off just trying to expand this room. And then make the dupes just rub their eyes all day. Like, we can't really do anything about that. The temperature is great. I don't think we have to worry too much about that. And then I don't actually have to worry about pumping because of how the Megaphron works. Do you guys know hitbox size of Megaphron? Anyone in chat? That'd be good information. Good information. Alright, we're good. We're gonna lock the doors. And you know what we're gonna put here? Sulfur. So when they're idle, they're just gonna pick up the sulfur from this room, pull it out, and dump all the sulfur there. They can't loop the sulfur because of the door access. And then the logic is that we're gonna be able to take all the hot sulfur and warm up the area. Yeah. It's oil, so it's not gonna freeze or boil from that. Oh, we still don't have minimum size. God damn it. God damn it. Okay. We'll move it out. We'll move it out. We didn't have minimum size. I only know stuff from cycle 1 to 30. Sorry, legit. All good, Andy. All good. Megaphron is very, I feel like, obscure. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Oh, we're ready here. Okay, so ladder there. Bop the pump. Then we want to go down. Should be fine. Oh, we have looped petroleum. Nice. So we could actually keep making more. And there's actually a little bit here buffering for a little bit of smelting. All right. Let's do steel. That's a lot of heat we'll dump in, so it'll be nice. I was surprised how easy Megafrons are. They're basically dash assault vines, right? Dropping pea water in the hole on the second planet works so well, by the way, to get the fossil. Yeah, it does, right? All you need to do is have a layer of cool liquid so that you don't get bopped by the temperature of the oil. Like, that's really it. If you could do that, man, you get the fossil easy. So you're looking for either ice biome or a body of water next to the oil biome so that you get the easy spill. It's good strats, man. Alright, so this is power, technically. We're still moving back the ice. We should also do snow. Crushed ice, brine ice. Polluted ice. It's nice, man. So we're not going to do oil well anytime soon. We're just going to be grabbing the oil from down below. Slow heating by moving out the hot sulfur. And then that's going to be us getting ready to do grub fruit. We're going to be trying to expand the Megaphron on this side. And I think we will. I think we're just going to do it into here. The thing is that there is a little bit of CO2. So we're going to want to go in and do a little bit of sealing. A lot of granite, actually. There we go. Get the ladder here. And then we want to do solid tiles there. Okay. Snow. Alright, so I think what we're going to do first is just open up a small pocket to get the first Megaphron growing. After that, we'll seal it up, move out the items, and then we'll go apart from below to go to this pocket, do it a little bit better. Maybe even do a seal here, but doesn't look like we need it anymore. It's cold debris, right, with snow? So we do that, and then... we'll try to remove this. I should really just go up from the top and, like, open up a little bit of a pocket. I actually will do that, actually. 3, 3, 4. Put a ladder there. Gonna go across the top. Alright, so I want to basically just open this up. And then we have to do this so that we could just allow the CO2 to kind of self-vacuum into space. Should be pretty good. Still sweeping out a lot of items. Let them work. Research. Let's grab the tech. Sulfur, it's warm. It's going to eventually warm up the environment. Okay, so while we are doing Operation Heat Dump, we're also trying to do a lot of base reconfiguration. Digging through a lot of the tiles means we get to cut the heat in half, right? That's basically going to be what we're going to try to do as much as we can of. Let them do the work, though. Sulfur sweeping. It's all good. Getting to the new oil. Able to do this. Dude, we have 5 tons of wolframite. What can I do with tungsten? None really. Is this a higher melting point version of steel that's not as good? But doesn't have the overheat temp? Feels bad. Alright, let's do 25 of that. That should be fine. Hatchling. He can hang out with us. Cool. We don't have really access to suits. Yeah, we really don't have access to suits here. So maybe it's time to go to the 3rd planet to get some Drekos. And we gotta do it from the initial planet. Good news is that CO2 is good enough. So we probably rock it on this side. Yeah, okay. We shouldn't need to rock crush. This is actually no. Let's not mess with that yet. Over here. Where is the loader? Let's put 1,000. Let's put 2,500 copper. And we're gonna send that to the 1st planet so we get some refined metal here, and then we'll be able to build the rocket platform. Try to get a CO2 rocket off. Potentially want to go to there. Drop off a rover, come back, and then do the full drop 2nd time. That would have to be steel then, right? And that'll be fine. We'll still do steel. No suits special. We probably have to make at least one suit though. Just to get this to work. And then make the suit, pump it up with oxygen. And then we'll be able to get the Dreco. So on this side, maybe we want to get started with a Dreco Ranch. You know, this would have been an optimal spot for the Dreco Ranch. Not gonna lie. This is really good dimension size. I mean, we could still use it as a Dreco Ranch area. Let me actually see. If we do the normal Dreco Ranch, it's normally like this. 9 tiles, perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lock, 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 lock. TT setup. 1, 2, 3. There we go. 11. 4. 4. Yeah, that makes sense. And then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the dimensions. 23 by 11. 25 by 11. It's almost too perfect how good that lines up. So I really will put the Dreco Ranch here. We're still going to move the stuff out. That just makes sense. And then we'll just have to move where we're adding power into the AQ right now, which is fine. It's fine, it's fine. $20, 32, 26. It's getting there, it's getting there. Alright, hopefully we'll get our lab now. Glass Forge. All we're doing research from the Material Study Terminal right now. Okay, so Dreco Ranch, Random, Hatch Ranch, Sweeto Ranch, and then we'll have to have another spot for the grub fruit. Either way, we have to warm up the map, right? So really not too much I could really worry about when it comes to that. Okay. Drop off the copper. Should be good. No manual use, right? We got to do it to the bins. Control it that way. Okay, so once we move all the ice, we need to dig out the rest of the ice. Basically what we kind of want to do. Before I want to do that, I kind of want to yeah, I don't need this here. Before I do that, I did kind of want to make sure we have food storage here. Liquefiables. Yeah. None of it. That's so nice. You just bought a ticket to see Chainsaw Man? Wait, Chainsaw Man is going to be a movie? Really? Man, anime has really become mainstream, huh? Wow, I did not know that. I did not know that. That's really impressive. I didn't know Chainsaw Man has gotten to that point, man. Demon Slayer made more money than Superman. To be fair, Superman... How do I say this? Superman is old, fam. I don't know how I really say that, though, but, like... Superman is past its time, man. It really is. Like, Superman came out when? How many decades ago? And they're still milking it? Right? We've gotten to a point where we've grown up with it, we've seen it, and we've seen every iteration of the remakes, whether it's live action, Superman Curse, animated TV series, whatever, right? I think people would just eventually get tired of it, man. You hush your mouth. Gamer Dude's favorite hero is Superman. Superman older than my parents? Holy crap. It's not past its time, just people can't do it right anymore. People miss the point of a lot of heroes. And that's exactly my point. Funny enough, eventually the story gets lost in time. Everything the hero stood for, everything that the hero was about, and now it's just some bastardization of what used to be. That happens to everything in time, man. It really does. First version of Supermans are becoming a public domain soon. Really? He's not my favorite. He's just the ultimate bastion of good. The original Boy Scout. The new Superman isn't Superman. I mean, yeah. What can you really do, man? It's just capitalism. Yeah, it's not about... Dude, it's not about a good product anymore, anywhere in the world when it comes to media. It's delved into what's going to become the most clicks. And that all stems from the fact that ad revenue is based off of that, so you just want more revenue. Capitalism has killed everything it's touched, man. It has. Everything hasn't been as good as it once was. Nothing has. Everything that's been modified by capitalism has only gotten worse. They don't think be like it is, man, but it do. Really do be like that though sometimes. You just hate to see it. Like if you look at everywhere, it's not capitalism but cronyism. I want to say it's capitalism because you're looking at profits over everything else. And then that in and of itself forces a specific type of mindset. Capitalism is very much a part of the problem, although it might not be the sole source. You can't argue that it's not. It's part of the problem. I will say that it might not be the entire problem, but it's very much part of it. Capitalism kills art. Like when you start seeing, like, dude, why does Nicki Minaj have a skin in Call of Duty? You know what I'm saying? It's like, what? It's like, why do people that aren't gamers have a unique skin for themselves in the game itself? And it's like, maybe she plays a lot of Call of Duty, right? And I don't know about that life. But you see what I'm saying, man? Like, they're just focused on getting clicks. I think capitalism is good, but the problem is people are trying to maximize it for profit for least work. But yeah, isn't that what capitalism is like always gonna push? I feel like capitalism, I feel like it's part of the problem, man. You cannot have a functioning capitalist society and a federal government that's in debt and spends more. Dude, I'm not saying you're wrong with that, but I don't get how that relates to capitalism not being part of the problem. Like, I figure it's not so much what capitalism we want is like the free market to a certain degree. The basis of capitalism is the voluntary exchange of goods and services and the free exchange thereof. Isn't that just free market, not capitalism? I think capitalism is how we got a lot of stuff we have now. So it's inherently good, but like everything, too much is bad. Ah, man, that's hard arguments. Because it's like you're only looking at the upside and not the downside, because capitalism has killed a lot of things as well. I feel like you guys are more so referring to like free market, not so much capitalism. I might be wrong, but it's like the idea that they're pushing for profits above everything else is the problem. But yeah, it's like, in theory, capitalism is good, but we are just far from that. While I love to put my Che shirt from the college days, I must leave. Timo, have a good one. Timo's got to take a shower before he has dinner. We'll see you next time, man. Russell Russ Easy. Take care of business. That's a bad pull, because you're completely ignoring how medicine works. But yeah, you could pull a bad example. I could pull a good one. You can't look at medicine field and say capitalism is good. You really can't, man. Like the moment the $1,000 EpiPen got released, it was, yeah, that's tough. That really is. Isn't the Affordable Care Act the government, not so much the medicine field? That's, I don't know what you're talking about, man. That's not, oh man, let's band together and make this cheaper, everyone. No, man. The people are still like, man, that sucks. That bops my profits. That's the government, man. That's not the field of medicine that's doing that. Yeah, but that's... Wait, so are you just doing a whataboutism thing right now? I don't get what's your point. Like, they had to step in because a lot of people didn't have medical coverage given how expensive it was. How expensive a lot of medical stuff is priced at, and the fact that it's just out of reach. Like, you say that like it's a bad thing. I don't get what's the point. Yeah, man, I'm sorry, Zandrov. It just feels like you're not really arguing a point right now. Because I don't understand it at all. Anyways, we are chilling in the Onis, quite literally. The dupes are doing what they can. And we're chilling. Alright, we gotta make some suits. We got some fibers initially from the Bammets. Hey man, we don't talk about the toilets, man. My toilet had some bad times. We don't talk about the toilets. We'll do 3, and then we'll dig this out. My toilet had some bad times. Alright, we're still moving out the goods. Eventually, we'll be able to move everything out. And then once everything is moved out, it should be easier to heat up. We'll start moving the rooms in, heating up the area. One of the things I do want to do is move out all the ice first. So we're going to try to dig out the biome right now. We're going to lose the sleet weak rain, but hopefully that's going to be fine. I realistically should plant some on the first planet just to keep the seed alive. That way we don't have to worry too much about it. Okay. And then I guess this airflow is fine for CO2 to go down. Anyways, we're just going to be removing all the ice. Sending it back. We got down to there. Nice. I probably just dig this through to here. We leave enough space so that once this opens up and melts, it doesn't break anything, so we don't lose any oil. And then we're going to be moving the pump down. A little bit of oil is going to push up, but I think that's fine. And then we're just going to start pumping from the bottom. So far, so good. Gotta move out the rest of the ice, dig it out. The only thing that might suck is we might lose our CO2 pit right here, but we always have more, so it's not that bad. Oh, this got uncovered. Nice. I guess that's not bad. Let's dig this down. I want to see whether or not my dupes could actually try to uncover this unknown space. They're working, they're working. All right, so sleet wheat grain. We do have pips. Maybe we just get one of them to, like, natural planet. Could we actually do that? Oh, we could. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna put a fridge here. It's cold enough and it's a layer of CO2 at the bottom that I'll be able to have the seeds get swept here. And then we'll have some sleet wheat grain in the area. Hopefully the pips we'll put over here will be able to plant it. Kind of weird. But we could do that, and that effectively creates a sealed area. So that once we move the pip here, they don't get out. It's a little cold though. Hopefully they don't die. Minus 45. Parts of it does get kind of cold. Alright, sleet wheat grain. And I guess we send that over. No more blast shots, no more liquefiables, no more copper. No more phosphorite. And then we're doing sleet wheat grain. Okay, the dupe should be able to move. We have a lot of grain just sitting on the ground, so it shouldn't be a problem. We'll leave that there for now. We gotta dig this out. That opened up. Okay. Don't have to do anything weird anymore for the other zones. All right, this got built, sealed area. Relocate to here. Well, not yet. Let's take the plume squash seeds out so that they only plant sleet wheat in this area. Okay. Dig that, create that. Building this means we could reach the top. And then we want to have a farm tile here. Why are you storing the chlorine? Megafront. You're probably not familiar with this. This is a new plant that released with the dinosaurs. They eat chlorine. 90 grams per second. Basically, they're sleet wheat grain, but you don't need water. It's the best way to really describe how they work. Because you could use this as a substitute for anything that has sleet wheat in the recipe for cooking. So we're going to be using that because sleet wheat requires water in order for it to grow if it's not wild. And then that way, plume squash. We'll be able to have that as a source for berry sludge instead of actually relying on sleet wheat. And then we're just going to try to keep a little bit of the sleet wheat clean. No more doing that. And then we'll do liquefiables here. Move back the ice. But yeah, I thought we were storing the chlorine. Now we're just going to put a plant inside and it's going to consume the megafront. You know what? We're not going to build the top. We're just gonna do this first. The outside is cold, that's fine. And I'm not sure if we need the 4 tiles, because I don't know if it hits the top or not. I'm just gonna leave it open for now. The chlorine strat, I feel like it's working. 8 degrees, it's positive. Oh my god. It's positive, boys. And this is lab. Okay, nice. Research is done. Spacefarer. We're still sweeping, moving out the stuffs. Let's dig this down. Let's dig that down. And then once we get to the side, we dig that down. Let's dig those. None of this is ice, but you know what? It wouldn't be bad to dig this because it's technically holding in a little bit of the cold energy. Dig that, dig this down. A lot of this is sand, but I'll probably want to open this up right now. We're going to move out the remainder of the ice. And then the only thing that's... Well, I guess there's a little bit of ice right there. We probably do want to open that up. Sand, not too worried. So we could just dig it like that. Should be fine. And then we'll probably want to move the gas pump here at the bottom. That way we could just catch all the CO2. Of course, we're not going to be doing these alveoveras. We're eventually going to stop doing those plants. 4x the amount of calories per cycle compared to sleet wheat, so it's like 1600 for 54 per cycle. Dude, I don't know how much, or if it's just going to be one plant we'll be able to sustain. It feels like the Megaphron eats a lot of chlorine, though. It really do feel like that. We got suits. Our plume squash is getting moved. We got some suits right there. Let's put some docks in. Random room right here. We'll just pull. And then power wire. Sides for making salt and sand. Honestly, I really wonder why. I feel like from a biological standpoint, they just didn't want to add chlorine as a fertilizer material, because it's like, what can they really make, like, scientifically? And they were trying to keep it in the realm of reality. Like, you can't just use chlorine and make food from it. And then it feels like they kind of embrace the video game aspect. Like, yeah, it's fine. This just becomes, you know, grain. Alright, we'll do the pumpage, pipage, and then gas element sensor. LOL, chlorine biochem is very few and far in between, right? So it's like, it feels like they were kind of like, yeah, we're going to try to keep this realistic. I might be wrong. That's just what it feels like. Try to make this true to nature, true to itself. Alright, still digging over here. No pressure damage. Realistically, though, I keep doing that. Can't be boosted. Oh, it can't? Man, I have no idea how that works. It is what it is, though. 51. We'll put 2 pips. 69. Alright, so this is deep freeze, technically sterile atmosphere. Maybe it's not because of how the top is working. We're gonna take the CO2 and just release it there. Maybe that works. Oh, the oxygen is at 2,900 per tile. Why? Why is there so much oxygen? Well, it is what it is. Alright, that's done. That's done. XOR gate? I don't think I need that. Everything's looking alright. Deep fryer, maybe. Oh, yeah, the CO2 from the Alveo Vera. Yeah. It's around 3K here. I'm surprised. Oh, yeah, we do have a lot of popped eardrums, I think. Maybe I should do something. Because I'm getting popped eardrums up the yin-yang. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. It's fine, just a little bit of popped eardrums. A lot of it's probably because of the chlorine, to be honest. Alright, looks like we're fine to do this. I think it does do the 3x3. I'm not sure, though. But yeah, realistically, I think it's because of the chlorine in here and the fact that I have a sweet job. Alright, sweet wheat grain, CO2 empty. Gotta wrangle the pips. They'll do that eventually. Back on this side, we're gonna be getting some oils. I'll probably want to dig that out so that we'll be able to put the pump right there. Oh no, bro. The oil is pushing out. Alright, lab room is good. This is alright now. So we'll get rid of this. Get rid of the power. Polluted oxygen. Okay. This is fair now to open back up. Dude, 13 degrees. Dude, it's working. Hot sulfur strats. That's so weird. It's kind of weird that this works. I'm not gonna lie. Carbon dioxide. We're just gonna pump into there so we get rid of this. And then run the power. Should be good. Okay, so let's get rid of these. Dig down a layer. Dude, it's good, right? I think I'm only able to support... Oh, the air pressure is too much. Oh my god. Oh my god, I didn't think about this. Alright, boys, we gotta uproot this. I did not think about gas pressure. Alright, seal this up. Build a tile. We'll probably have to go around. Seal this up. Pump it out. Dang, that's unfortunate. Suffocating. No way, dude. No way she's gonna die. Get out, get out. Stop, stop, stop. Just get out. What was that triple hesitation move, man? Like they're playing basketball. My god. Alright, we're good, boys. Goddamn. Yeah, I just have to depressurize the room, which kind of sucks. But yep, that's exactly what I did. I done goofed. So we have to go around from the right side. It's probably gonna be like this. Oh, we got the pips out. The pip planet sleetweed. The life of the sleetweed is now alive. Sterile atmosphere, deep freeze, good stuff. Sleetweed grain, let's relocate. Dude, we just sent over 400 grains of sleetweed. I mean, the pips are there planning now. It's all that matters. Pips will find a way. Man, mega fronds. Alright, we just gotta build stuff out. Go around, replan it, and it should be fine. A little bit of stress, but I think that's from the gas pressure that we're doing ourselves. Okay, this is gonna be the next thing we want. We have to dig that so that we could extend down the heatsink. Yeah, it's probably fine. And then we need to go in this way. Grab the power line. This should be simple. Okay, and then the direction is this. Yeah. All right, Slayer, how are you, man? Happy Tuesday. So hope you're having a good one. Overgrows. Is this a good setup? I mean, I'll grab it. The only problem with the overgrow is that we don't have lumps. So it's like, I mean, we have this, I guess. Just no lumps. All right, now that that side is good, I'm just gonna dig this down. So we're moving all the ice to the first planet. That way we don't have to worry about ice over here. That's snow. God damn it. Alright, we will have to actually deal with that later. Power's okay. Digging this down. We're hanging out. Mixed berry pie. Maybe we'll consider it. Get that. Deliver the suits. We'll do a wheel for this. Let's pump up some oxygen and depressurize. If we take damage, we take damage. The suits are there, nice. All right, so with that, the rest of the metal is going to be for a rocket platform. How close am I? I guess we could put it here. A little bit closer. Then we just climb up. Oh, gotta dig through the snow. Classic. There's no sea with Megafrons. The only thing to try to do is do the sea dupe glitch, right? I remember hearing people talk about that. Like, it's like, yeah, Megaphron's cool, you just can't do anything with the Megaphron itself. Because you don't generate seeds. I'm like, oh yeah, that sucks. At the same time, like, yeah, that's exactly probably why. It's gonna be too good. We are gonna pick steel. Why not? Okay. Pull out the tiles there, and then we'll get a heat exchange right here. Okay, there's going to be a little bit more oil here. I'm not really too worried about this melting or anything, because we already have space for it to expand. Alright, metal tiles. We'll just use copper here with radiant copper pipes. Okay, 4.9. Nice little heat source right here. Okay, and since we're no longer having this tied to the petroleum gen, it's not running as much. Dude, we went from 99% uptime to 17. Feels bad, man. It's cooling down though. 300 kgs. Okay, so we do have a lot of sleet wheat grain. We probably should start doing a little bit of cooking here. Do we have a cook on the side? Cook is Demolier. He's on the first planet. Alright, is anyone here a cook? Alright, we're going to be looking for a chef. Second planet needs a chef. I guess we could also just make the sleet wheat grain on the first planet, cook it there, and send it back. That wouldn't be bad, I guess. Pike apple skewers. We're just gonna do frost buns forever. Yeah, frost buns. BBQ frost buns. So we're no longer gonna eat veggie poppers here. We're gonna send that to the second planet. No longer to eat meat. We would do BBQ. We can eat the squash though. No nutrient bars. Oh, god damn it. Food for separate colonies suck. I just realized what's going on. This does both colonies. Oh, man. They need to redo the freaking food consumables entirely. It's like so weird. Yeah, it needs full overhaul, dude. It lags. The scrolling, it doesn't make sense. There's 2 different scroll bars. And the fact that you do multi-colonies, like, it's screaming you need a drop-down menu to select which colony you're working on. That would help out so much. Oh, we can't go through that way. That should be fine now, though. Pumpage, and then it's going to go in through here. Alright, let's bop these so we don't have to actually bring ice here anymore. We'll pump out the CO2 anyway, so it's not a big deal. That makes me think we should just keep doing... You can't do sleet wheat here, okay. Put a fridge and put sleet wheat there. Okay, not bad. Just gonna be digging. Alright guys, I'm gonna get a refill my water. I'll be right back. Quick break. Stretch break. Y'all know what it is. Get up, stretch, get the blood flowing. It's gonna be good for your health. And I'll BRB. We are back. We are alive. Let's go, let's go. No one's dead. So we're taking our time, cozying up, cleaning up the map. Right now is going to be Operation Moving Out the Ice. Anything that could liquefy, we're moving it out. We're probably going to leave this abyss alive because this is going to warm up, right? So no liquid oil. They just got to do the oil refinery, I think. Should be fine. Dude, nice warm temperatures. AQ be doing what the AQ does. Okay, so far so good. We could go outside. We should try to take care of this. Want to redo the pipeline here so we can get rid of the other stuff. And then oxygen is going. Let's do sleet wheat here. Sleet wheat available. Okay, so we don't need the grain here. We could just take this, have everything that we want to eat. So right now it's what, veggie poppers. We could put the millets here. Copy paste. The only food we're eating here is veggie poppers, I believe. There's meat that we're not really doing anything with. I guess we could send it to the first planet. That should be fine. The reason why we're not really eating meat is because we don't really have a way to like store it. Alright, so we're just gonna go down ladder wise. Do some minor digs. Moving out all the ice. That should allow the map to heat up a little bit faster. AQ just doing AQ things. Alright, so the refinery's up. We're smelting to dump heat into the environment. And then we know this is probably going to be Dreckle Ranch. Spawn is good. We got to build a rocket on the side. So that we send the steel. Okay, so we're going to need to build a steel rover here. So CO2. Solo Spacefarer. And then we're going to do ladder, ladder, ladder. Eventually we'll need that. Over here, we're going to do steel. We're going to do 1,000. 1,500. And then rock crush. Fossil to lime. 15 lime. We do at least 1 steel. And then sweep only. Lime. Yeah, I guess the only thing I need to send over is lime. Eggshell to lime, we're doing that. Okay, it should be all good. We'll send some steel over and then we'll be able to do the setup. We still got to push out the gases here. Push that out so that we could repressurize it ourselves the way we want to. It might be better to run the pipes this way. And then 1, 2. 1, 2. So I should be able to reach all the pipes. That way we'll be able to just pump the chlorine out to the right side. Simpler. Okay. Let them work. A little bit of stress. Probably because of the chlorine. Probably because of the eardrums because of this. Okay, so it probably just makes a lot more sense to relocate the Alveo Vera into maybe down here. That way we stop bopping ourselves. Let's go set that up. And then we'll move the plants down. Okay, so we haven't really gotten much done over here. Let's finally move this setup. You know what we'll do first? We'll set up the power plant. Additional petroleum gen. We're not doing natty gas yet. It's going to be a while. We're getting started, though. We're going to be moving out the natty gas in this area soon. Oh, ha. I guess it makes sense. We're going to replace this with a tile and this with a tile. And then that way all the items inside gets pushed out. Yeah. Gonna be kind of jank. Have to bop those trees. Should be alright. Should be alright. Still sweeping. A lot of the sweeps. Got these items in. We will move here. And yeah, we're going to be moving the Alveo Vera to this pocket. This makes sense because it's lower, right? And then the only thing we'll have to probably calculate is sweepers to sweep out the oxalite and make it a little bit better. Algae, sure. Alright, let them work, let them work. Picking up sulfur and all that goodness. We're going to expand the power plant slightly. Man, this is always filled up. So much CO2. So we're not really going to care if it's a power plant, I think. Maybe we do. It is going to be 2 separate rooms, top and bottom. So 120 tiles. We're already at 40. Okay. We'll get that pushed out then. So a lot of times it's going to be the abyssalite here we want to dig out. We could go across the bottom that way, go across the top as well. Moving out the bad gas. Gonna be doing wood-based charcoal. 99. So once we get that built, we probably want that. Cut this, cut that. Get that cut in. Do it like that. Natty gas here. Good amount. We will want to tap this though. We're going to do a... Man, I do want to put a liquid lock here. And then we'll have to liquid lock into a separate room. Yeah, that has to be how it works. 2 different liquid locks. Ethanol and then oil. Well, double oil, right? Or do I need something better? Oh, that's tough. It's going to be a weird oil drop, ethanol drop setup. That's just not going to make sense. Because we basically have to have ethanol outside, oil inside, and then this tile doesn't matter. Which should be probably oil, so that the oil stays, you know, stays at the bottom tile in case the ethanol does something weird. So far, so good. Alright, it's positive. Okay. This is the size, I believe, that we need for, oh no, I'm a single tile off. I don't want to shift the ladder, though. This ladder's in good positioning. I guess we have to add the tile here. Feels bad? It is what it is. So, tile, tile, tile. We'll have to move the vents. A little bit unfortunate. We'll get that set up. And we'll potentially get bathrooms here. It's warm enough that the water doesn't freeze in the pipe, so, you know, win-win. Still gotta build that. And then we're gonna expand the power right now. Nice. So, still gotta trim this. This is 3. Alright, we're using how much wattage on this line? This is 2,000. This is 20,000. And then this is 800. Okay. Let's do a little bit of math. 10,000 is probably... No. 50%, right? So 14,000 is probably my upper limit, because if I produce more than that and then I microchip everything, well, at 14,000 I'm still kind of screwed. So like 1350, 13.5, because if you 50% boost 13.5, you get like 6.5. Well, you get 6,750, so I'm above 20 again. Damn it. All right, 1300. 1300, so that if I microchip everything, it doesn't get wrecked. Okay, so probably have tiles here. We probably have the natty gas right here. Ooh, so we probably move that over. So room size wise, 120 is max, right? So it's 30 divided by 4. Dude, we get a lot. It's like what, 7, 28? We don't really need 7, so let's argue we're only gonna do 6. So 6 times 800 is 4,800. And then we could probably do 4 petroleum gens as a result. And I think that works out. Yeah. All right, so we do that. We do 6 times 8. So we're doing 6 gens. 4,800. Then we do 4 petroleum gens total. That's like 12.6. Perfect. We'll get up to like 1,800 watts per second if we really need to. And then we know how much petroleum we want to be at. So 4 petroleums. So we got to add... Okay, it's not that much. Pretty simple. Just get that same setup here. So we go around, we're gonna dig this down. And then we gotta keep this going. This pipeline shenanigan, though, we'll probably just keep. High stress. Okay, oxygen's included. I don't know if we have oil on this side. Probably just use ethanol and get it started. Sleetweed is everywhere. Pips are replanting the forest. Pips are basically beavers from another planet. Basically. Yeah, Cyberdyne's getting stressed out because he's going into the chlorine room. He's getting irritants. He's getting popped eardrums. He's getting sopping wet. It's bad times all around for him. Okay. This is built... Did we get the steel rover? We didn't get the steel. Oh, steel's not selected. No, we'll just leave it there. 1100 should be enough. Alright, seal that. So regardless of how we do this, we need to do a liquid lock. Okay. We'll just do a temp liquid lock here. Drop lock with ethanol. Just open this up. And then we'll do a proper liquid lock here. Actually, that shouldn't matter, right? Yeah. It shouldn't matter too much. Because once we do the liquid lock, we should be safe. Yeah. So we want to go inside. Try to bop this. 5 tiles. And then I have to go around still. Okay, so there is going to be a slight problem here. That's fine. We'll just dig this out first. Dig what we can. And then we'll shape everything, do everything the way we need to. We do have to go around, though. It's a small problem. Let them work. Steel rover. We need canister drainer. Need that. And then we might want another one here. Ladder. Actually, we don't need to do that. This should be fine. Inside here, let's bop this. No plastic yet. I'd probably just get by with insulated tiles. And then we just move that into here. So we will have the bottom for stuff, bathroom, driving, food, maybe a suit or two, and then we should be good. Okay, everything's looking good. Building this out. Yeah, deconstruct this so we could go in and just sweep into the pit and drop everything down. Building decon, so let's get rid of that. Should be good. And we do want to do it like that. We'll be on a lower height, but that should be the proper height. We'll eventually need these insulateds extended, and then we'll have access to everything again. Let's go. My dupes. Oh, they got down to here. Nice. All right, so now we could finish up all the ice that's here. Move out all the ice finally. Sweep it all back. Can you deliver canisters of carbon dioxide? No, just solid. Okay. That'd be cool if you could put the canisters here on the conveyor belt. Add storage for canisters, the storage DLC. It's weird though, because you could get a canister like multiple tons on the single canister, and then it becomes a thing where it's like, do you really need storage for this? Should there even be an upper limit? Like, how would that even work? That's the thing, man. My tiles are cold, though. Nice. Getting a good amount of petroleum. You want your 20 tons of brackine on a shelf. You put it on a pedestal. Sometimes. Only fits 1 kg. That's why you gotta build 200,000 pedestals. I don't even know if that's the right math. Okay, a lot of copper. Just build more refined copper. We just need to convert power into heat. All right, sweet bitch got done. Let's go. Solid tile. Gotta dig. Solid tile. We wanted mesh tiles here. And then we'll do it like this, so that we could reach all the mesh. I could see them making like a drop-off point, like how you have a drop-off for critters. And they just pick up all items and put it on the floor. Like this spot is for water. All bottled water must go here. That wouldn't be bad. I don't need a dump launch, right? So yeah, we should be good. So all we need is to have a rancher inside that could dig. Alright, we got the dig out. This will depressurize the base by a lot. I don't think that's a big deal though. That'd be good. So bam, bam, bam. And then this becomes center tile. Then we want this to be replaced, right? Basically. Then we have tile here and then straight line. Okay, so we want to do that basically. They got their jobs. Yeah, just a little bit of iridium. We have a lot more on the surface. Buried objects are probably iridium here. Oh no, bro, we're out of food. All right, so veggie poppers. Who is my cook? D Mayor. Oh, pipe is blocked. Oh my god. So we weren't making food because of that. That's so sad. Alright, so first things first, veggie poppers always gets delivered. You guys are going to be eating buns and squash. I guess for the time being, we could send the buns over too. Iridium was in the game since the beginning. I didn't know that. I have to be honest, man. I didn't know that was in the game. The only thing I remember from the old school database was hydrocactus and pyrite. I didn't know iridium was in the game. I'd imagine though that if it was, and it is, not saying that it's not, that it would have been something in the Baitor mod. Not like as an element, but it was in oxalite. Wait, what? Iridium is in oxalite? I'm so confused. What does that even mean? Let me get a chef. No chefs. Oh, I get steel on the first planet though. Take the steel. That was the formula for oxalite. Oh my god. It's there, but it's not there. I see you over there. I see you over there. Oh, I just put a sconce in here, right? That's all we need to do. Yeah. Alright, so this is ready. We want to dig this. This is a random ladder just to get to the top. I wouldn't mind having a little bit of oxyfern right there. And then we'll keep this clear. And then we'll have oxyfern. Oh, we do a small airflow platform here. That actually makes a lot of sense. Get that set up. Airflow platforms. And then we do want to dig that. We're basically going to be creating a new Alveovera spot. A lot of elements in One that are hidden disabled. Man, you know what I saw the other day on Reddit? There's a deleted scene of the Titanic where they literally walk by. Now, all right, maybe not walk. They literally cruise by the side of the iceberg, and people are just like casually just chilling, and they're like, oh wow, that's a big chunk of ice. And then they see it, they're like, wow, this is huge. And they're like next to it, like if you were driving on the freeway, you know, like that's how close they were, like lane to lane. And apparently, I think it's James Cameron, he had that in originally shot knowing that they were going to edit it out because he just wanted to shoot that scene. And it's a deleted scene or something where they don't hit the iceberg. Problem was that, you know, a lot of people were initially like, oh, it's so distasteful and all that good stuff. Oh, there's no manual use check, so I wasn't delivering. Oof. Dude, we need some food on the other side. But yeah, it was on Reddit. You can see the scene. There's a lady's like, let me get a drink. I'm on the boat, man. I want to be drunk. And then you see the iceberg. You see some people that are on the side of the boat like, damn, that's big. Wow. And they don't know, you know, like anything about it. So they're just not even thinking about, we could have hit that. I just thought that was kind of funny. Because I never knew that existed, man. But apparently, you know, there's a video clip of that. All right, we're starting to get the melting. I should probably allow more petroleum to stockpile before feeding into that. But I kind of like this looping. So it's like I don't have to strip the oil away. We're just looping the same petroleum and just topping off the reservoir. Okay, all the ice here is dug out. These are just granite tiles. I can't really be worried about that. Almost all the liquefiable solids are moved back. That's such a good sign. Looks like the sleet wheat got moved back as well. Hey man, do we have anyone doing the food delivery? That's kind of important, man. Let's bump this up. Okay, so this is about good. Let's get the 2 tiles there. Climb up. Oh, we need the ladder there. Okay. So let's just put the ladder here and we're just gonna climb straight up. So this should be good. Let's dig this and hope a dupe doesn't get stuck. He's gonna jump on top to dig, and then when he digs it, he's gonna jump the gap. Dude, I see it happening. I totally see it happening. Alright, no one should be going inside. Cyberdyne should not be stressed. -10 per cycle. So he's going down on the stress. What's going on, Irish? I see you over there. What's good, man? Hello, hello. That ladder means we could climb up. And then we just got to do that dig. Hey, I see you over there. Yo, man, gotta take care of the babies. Gotta take care of the babies. It is doing that weird transition period right now where the weather is getting colder. So a lot of people do get sick around this time. How are you? We're doing all right. I got some weird wounds. And it's making me like realize how old I am. I got some weird wounds. And it's like, man, I do not heal as well as I did back in the days. No, I think I know what it is. I have this weird... How do I say this? So, I have this, like, circle like this, where only the top layer of skin is gone, and I could see my flesh. But I have an idea of where I got that from. I got bit by a mosquito, and then I was scratching it, but then I realized that I shouldn't be scratching my itches. But then I scratched a little bit too hard, and I scratched off the top layer of skin. So that's like the only thing that comes to mind. I scratched it a little bit too hard. So far, it's not getting infected or anything. But for the most part, yeah, it's like this weird little circle. I should let it breathe right now. I put a band-aid on when I sleep, because I sleep on my side. So I don't want my wound getting contact with stuff. But yeah, it's weird. You look at your arm one day, and there's this weird circle that's just no skin. And you're like, wait, hold up. And then you touch it, it kind of burns. I was like, okay, that's open wounds. Oh, I see you, Zarek. Yo, man. Superstitious. I'm more likely to believe that Mamba did it than a ghost. Man, there was this one time Mamba was just licking my arm. Man, and he licked my arm raw. I didn't realize that he did that. So I woke up, I'm like, man, my right arm, dude. It's like, no matter what I do, it feels like everything that touches it hurts it. And I was like, man, I could kind of see a little bit of red through my skin. And then from that day, I made sure to put my arms underneath the blanket. Starvation. Okay, they have the food. They have the food. Let me put the pemmican in here. Dude, we got veggie poppers. Oh, they're just pooping. Classic dupes. They're just pooping. Okay, so... We're doing barbecue. There's rotted barbecue. Feels bad. So how do I want to do this? Smokers are smoking. We're trying to do BBQ and grub food whenever we can. I guess we bump this up to a 7. Ace Cow, I see you. I started a game of Oni the first time in ages the other day. Let me guess. The dupes immediately peed the tank. You disabled care packages? Dude, that means you only get dupes. I mean, you only get your starter dupes and you don't get any more. Frozen Friend, maybe? That's rough. Hey, man, that's a reset. Don't worry, man. It gets the best of us. You gotta reset and turn that on, man. Because that's, like, pretty important, I feel like. Dang, dude, that's scary. No printing pod printouts. Is Skylines 2 dead? 2 years of empty promises with asset editor, yet they're dumping out DLCs quarterly. Yep. I recently was looking to play some city builders again. And I did a little bit of research. And apparently in the past year, they have done nothing. They have kept none of their promises. They made no progress on any of the builds. They've made no progress whatsoever. At this point, I don't even know, man. From what I've pieced together, they have completely abandoned everything PC related until they could get the game working on console. And apparently that's where all of their resources actually at right now. It's literally just everyone's trying to make the game run on the Wii. On the Switch. So that's basically what I got from doing any research. That's the thing. So it's like, I don't know what their plans are, but they have failed. They really have. There's no other way to really describe it. They failed. Yeah, that's the thing. That's how messed up the game is. It's hard to run the game, right? So for the most part, I hear that Skylines 2 is a dead game in a sense that it's not going to get better than what it already is. The people that still play it, the logic behind them playing it is they like making a beautiful city. Regardless of if the traffic, if the game, you know, simulation aspect actually works. They don't care about that. They're just, you know, getting user-made assets and trying to make a city look nice. And that's all they do. And then there's a lot of people that migrated back to Skylines 1, which is what I'm planning on doing. I might play some Skylines 1 again, man. It's been a long time. But it might be a good thing to go back and check out. Play some Skylines 1. But yeah, Skyline 2 is dead, man. I gave it a year. I did. And nothing happened. So it's like, you know, Paradox is now that guy that, you know, they didn't do anything. I'm psyched for a new city builder in 26. Similar building mechanics to Manor Lords. Oof. I'm worried about that. The problem with similar building mechanics to Manor Lords is depending on how intricate the building requirements is to level up. Is the only thing I'm a little bit worried about. Because you technically have a city builder game with the Soviet Republic game where you're building K-Comrade cities, right? And it's like it's too intricate for like a casual city builder. Like, you really have to understand the mechanics. Everything is very specific. Like, you can't use any vehicle. You have to pick and choose the right ones, upgrade when you can, things like that. And it feels like a deeper version of Transport Fever. I'm hoping it's not that deep / intricate, because that's too much. Yeah, I can't play that game. The music loop makes me go insane, and then at the same time, it's too detailed for me to enjoy. No, the game I'm talking about is called Workers and Resources, Soviet Republic. That's the game I'm talking about. It's more like Transport Fever. Oh, Cityscape for the new game. Who's the developer? Who's the developer? It's like, if it's an unknown developer, it's a one-man dev. Oh man, I don't think you could do a one-man dev and do a city builder game. Honestly, I don't think that's possible. The problem with the one-man dev is that for a city builder game, I really think you need to have a dedicated person on assets, because that's one of the biggest things about city building is asset making and refinement. Dude, that doesn't mean too much though, because it's like, it's just gonna mean that you might have a good launch and then nothing's gonna happen for a few years, a la Manor Lords. Solo dev, good launch. He had money now from the initial good launch to hire people to help out. but it's just the content is just so slow to come out, like the progress, right? So it's tough. Small city you're building, I see FPS. I'm looking for a larger scale if possible. Yeah, there's a 2D builder solo dev game I like. It's definitely, but he definitely hired one guy just to handle doing the assets. For a city builder game, assets are literally the lifeblood of the game. How good the assets look, the amount of assets you have, and then making it so that you could repeat the same asset, but it look it slightly different. If you could do that well, and then make it so that you could have a little bit of control of the type of asset that you actually level up into and stuff like that, you have a good game. Like that's the main thing you really need to work out, because the logic standpoint, how things run, how things work, that's you do it once and you're done, right? And that's usually something you would want the main dev to handle anyways, and then he just has to okay the assets. If you could do that, I feel like you have a good game. I just don't think a lot of people understand the small intricacies of city builders and what it really needs to be good. To play Skylines 2 without the assets now, oof, yo man. Is that guy a big asset builder? I don't know who that is. I'm just thinking Jay Leno. I'm like, isn't that guy a talk show host? I didn't know he's just making assets now. Yo, man. Sometimes, man, you go from hosting late night to making assets for City Skylines. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Alright, what did I want here? I think it was just ethanol. Let's get that in. We should have some ethanol here and there, right? 5 tons. Okay, we should be good. Hopefully you don't have to worry too much about that. Yeah, we have a lot of ethanol up top. But yeah, you need that, because that's the biggest problem with playing those games. You need to have a good starting set of assets, and they don't need to look nice. They need to be able to be repetitive. That sounds a little weird, but that's kind of what you need. You need the ability for those assets to be repetitive. If you could do that, you could slowly add in themed assets every so often as like an update. If you want to be like, you know, Paradox, you make it a DLC. And then those assets are going to add life to the game. And it's going to be like when an MMO live service game comes out with a big update, it's going to be the same thing. People are going to come back, check it out, play it. And then all you got to do is release like a minor mechanic. That's the Skylines formula to the T. Hey, look, you could ride bikes now. People are going to be pogging, dude. Oh, shit, we get bikes. And then you find out the little kids in the game get a tricycle instead of a 2-wheel bike. And you're like, dude, look at the attention to detail. You know what I'm saying, man? It really do be like that, man. But yeah, it's just so niche of a genre that realistically, no big company is going to want to take that because the return's not going to be that much, even if they have a monopoly on the field itself. It's just so niche. But I feel like if you had a decent company that does a lot of simulation games, that has a track record for doing like... Who does? Is it Microsoft that does it? The Microsoft airplane simulator game? Do they develop that themselves? Dude, if you could have something like that dev, to do a city builder game, I feel like it'd do well. Oh, Irish. Feels bad. They don't think it'd be like it is, but it do. I don't even know what you heard me say / not say. Alright, so Alveol Vera. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ooh. I guess we could do that. That's 2 sweepers. Technically, let's do it here so that we could share the loader. I don't know, man. I see you over there, though, Irish. Yeah, does Microsoft develop their own game, or is that like they have a third party and they just publish it? I'm not sure how that works. It is Microsoft Studios, okay. I don't know another dev company that does a lot of simulation games that could potentially expand into the Skyline space. That would be nice, though. Yeah, hence the series. But sometimes, you know, they might be like Paradox, and they just have a third-party studio that they outsource it to, and they just put their name on it. A lot of big brand names do that. They just put their name on it, right? No one here's a cook. Feels bad. All right, slowly melting. We have petroleum oil power. Slowly heating up the map. Heat sources. Recent ones from different studios. Ooh, okay. Maybe that's where we could find it then. All right. This is almost done. This got sealed. And then we're going to be able to move out the oxygen. Yeah, that's what I thought. A lot of companies do that now. They just publish it because it's a lot cheaper that way for them. And then it's like, if the game doesn't do good, their contract with the third-party company goes away. That's, you know what's funny? That's a very much common practice in like every industry. You'll have a big name company with a brand, and they try to capitalize on the brand by, you know, doing stuff like putting their name on the item and then reselling it. Classic strategy. It's kind of like Mr. Beast putting his name on candy. It's 100% that. It's like, oh man, I didn't know Ben & Jerry's makes cheese. And it's like, hold up, they make cheese? I don't know if Ben & Jerry's actually makes cheese, by the way. Just for the example. And it's like, I'm gonna try it out. And then you're like, man, this cheese is sweet. What's going on here? Then you realize that their recipe for cheese is a little bit different, so to speak. They're using the same cream as they're using from their ice cream machines. They get the sweetest of the Bries and Goudas. I actually don't know enough about cheese, man. I just know that if I eat too much cheese, I get bad gas. We gotta build this. He's using his telekinetic powers. Oh, he failed. Feels bad. Now he's gotta breathe. Alright, let's open this up so the hydrogen can leave. We also have too much oxalite, so we're going to scale down the amount of oxygen we're going to generate. So this is 30. 7, 17. Let's do a little bit of math. Alveoveron generates ice, or 18 kilograms of oxalite. Dug out oxalite is 1-to-1, I believe. But then when it's not dug out and it's a natural tile, you get half, 2-to-1. And then when you dig it, it equalizes. So I believe that's the math. So if it's 18 per cycle, and we plan to have 8 dupes here, and we want to undershoot because we do have oxygen imported from the second side. So 18 per cycle, a single dupe goes through 60 unless they have like diver's lungs. So let's do a little bit of math. 8 dupes, 60 kilograms, 480 divided by 18. We need about 26 oxiferns, roughly, a little bit more. So 7, 17, what is that? 23, and then we just get the rest right here. Okay, that works out. So we are going to cut down from 30 to about 25, and we should be good. That way the oxalite we have right here is going to be okay. Dude, we have a ton of oxalite right there accumulated. So by doing this, we will depressurize a little bit better. That also allows us to do some canister emptier stuff here. And then just getting this little bit of oxalate at the bottommost part is going to be nice. All right, cool. Back over to the other base. Ooh, it's almost done. Okay, so we're going to bop that. We're going to do a weird setup. These 3 is basically going to be the... Oh, ha. I overshot this. Oh, that's so funny. I added in a extra gen. Okay, that's fine. Doesn't really matter right now. We'll fix that later. So 3, 1, 2, 3. We could fit all of that here. Good, good. Move out this. We will have to move around this power line, which kind of sucks. I can't reach that, so I have to go through this way. Dang, that kind of sucks. Is there a challenge for this time, or just playing normally? So the challenge was, we did the Demolier Meteor in the first 200 cycles. So the initial challenge was figure out how to make intracosmic blast shots. Because when I first spawned into here, I didn't know that we got oil on the second planet. So what happened was that we had to find a way of making the fuel for the intracosmic, and I thought that we had to do the seals, because I know that seals were going to spawn, and I thought that we had to ranch 400 of these guys so that we could melt the tallow that they leave behind into biodiesel so that we could actually make the intracosmic blast shot. Luckily for us, there is oil here. So, you know, lucky us. We didn't have to do the seal ranching and then do the evolution chamber and then do the melting chamber. So we did that, which is basically what we just did. So now we're going to be doing full steam ahead. So we added in a mod to do the Demolier on this planet, and then we're going to be doing full steam ahead. We just found the 3rd planet with the story trait on it, so we're going to set that up next. Right now, though, we're worried about stabilizing long-term food. In the beginning, we were having the food on this side being made. We smoke the pike apples, send the veggie poppers to this planet. And then the people here just naturally, whatever's here. Frost buns, barbecue, plume squash. And we were having the planet support the other one. We need a rebalance. Now that we have a spawn that's a little bit better, we just send the oxygen through. And we got to figure out food and power on this side. So we're doing a lot of like local stabilization, if that makes sense. But yeah, you missed the beginning, Zoo. You missed the beginning. We were doing the blast shot stuffs. And then now we're going to be doing full steam ahead. But yeah, I want to do a little bit of base stabilization first before we do that. Remember Taradra? Yeah, I heard he passed, man. Sad times. I heard he passed. Don't worry, Zoo. This will eventually be on the YouTubes if you want to catch up on it. And you can watch it on Twitch VODs if you want to catch up on that as well. Alright, we're a little bit idle with Maya. Too idle. Building this here. Okay, cool. So we could do cut, have that go down. We can remove the wire now. Dude, we're gonna release all this seal, dude. It's gonna be so sad. It's crazy, man. It is crazy. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. And then we'll just do that. Oh, I can't reach there. We'll do it like that. It's crazy, man. Streaming is tough times, man. Streaming is the tough times. $25.23. We have power and the automation stabilized. That's such a good sign. 0%. Oh my god, that's so good. We rebalanced. Alright, that means we could release, or well, add some water now so that we could manage this. Keep it cool. Because now that we're generating heat, it's going to heat up. And then we're going to have to run this again, which is fine. We kind of want that. Got to get this done. Got to connect that. Got to get the petroleum in. I probably want to cut this right there, though. We don't want to feed into it yet. That way, once the petroleum's done, we just have everything on the line. And then we just seal this off and don't have to worry about power consumers anymore. I wasn't getting rad bolt power earlier when I was running the AQ along it. Oh my god. The only way to really do it then is by doing it this way. I will have to add a bottle filler here so we could grab water for the supercomputer. I didn't realize we were out of water. We sent all the ice over, right? So we should have no liquefiables. Liquefiables, a little bit of solid carbon, a little bit of solid crude, a little bit of tallow. That's fine. We're okay with that here. Okay, almost done with some of the sweepage. It's kind of nice. A lot of meat from the mammoth, probably. So, tallow could be used on this side, right? Okay, so we will probably want a microbe musher. And we're going to be making pemmican. Which means that any and all tallow should be sent back. Yeah. Deep fryer when? No, man. We don't ranch the seals yet. No deep fry. Berry sludge forever. Let's go. I mean, pemmican. We could make 50 of these. Not allowing people eat the pemmican yet, though. We're just going to be doing this as emergency food. Berry sludge. We'll do that as well. Dude, we're about to do 2 of these. We really is about to do 2 of these. This pump's never going to turn on. This pump turns on sparingly. This one as well. Same thing here. So these should be fine. Dude, pemmican, berry sludge life. It's going to be what we're going to be doing. 2, 1. Oh, all gas is being released there. That's so bad. We're just going to do CO2 with the auto bottle enabled. All right, so we're just going to have airflow on this row, so that items don't fall down into the lower section. And then the Alveo Vera just does its thing. Okay. So building selected, we're going to remove all the Alveo Veras here. Hopefully that helps out with the popped eardrums we're getting from the overexposed... overexposed, that's not the right word. The too much oxalite area right here. And then we might actually just run this ladder all the way down. Have it be a little bit of a nice time. That way they don't have to go around like that, just go straight and up. Let's go. Dupes are idle here. Okay, so we are going to do... Oh, this is a liquid lock. Ooh. Yeah, dude, this is a liquid lock right here. All right, so we're going to control the gas right there. I don't want any of this CO2 leaving. This is a lot, man. So we need to do a weird seal before we do anything else. Try to get the tile built. Let's start relocating where this is. One, two, 1, 2, 3. Sure. And then we do lead. Like that. And then we're going to remove everything else. Once that's built, we'll just have to put that tile there. And we'll start bopping everything. All the items could fall down. That's not bad. Small sweep. Small sweep. Small sweep. Cool. All right, nice little heat dump. The composting is doing a little bit of heat dump as well. So where do we have a lot of cold items? I'm thinking it's a lot of debris that we have that are randomly on the floor that's keeping everything cold. So we might want to start moving a lot of items. Feels kind of weird, but I feel like moving the items to this pocket wouldn't be bad. Even though this is really cold. I guess I should try to deal with this side. It makes sense. Yeah, we do this. 1, 2, 3, 4. That works out. Ooh, and then we get a tiny little running space up here. Nice. Service floor. It's not a real room. It's just to run wires and stuff through. Mutant farm. Yo, man. We can't even grow anything here yet. We'll think about the mutant farm later. We'll have a farmer and call him Xavier. And he'll have his own little establishment / estate. You know what I'm saying, man? He's got to have what he's got to have. Okay, so I probably do a layer of airflow here, which probably makes a lot of sense. And then we could remove the Alveo Vera here now. That should work out in general. So we're going to have a tiered setup. If we have not a lot of CO2, only these are going to be running. If we have a decent amount, these are all going to be running. And then if we don't have enough, these are going to be not running. Kind of good. Kind of good. All right, so that's built. Insulated tile. Come on, my dupes. We gotta run the strat. This is good. Dude. 19 steel. Give me my energy. Where my dupes at? They're sleeping. Classic dupes. Ugh, the lag. Alright, once we get that, we could go in and finish up the power line stuff. The automation wire stuff. There we go. And none of the CO2 leaks out. Let's go. We can still go in, go out. Bump this up. We're gonna have to leave this here, though, is the downside. Otherwise, all the CO2 is gonna bust out, right? That's gonna be bad. Alright, automation and power wire. Oh, we gotta cook. What do I want to cook? Okay, first things first. He needs to be on the correct planet. We needed to cook on the side, I remember. Amari's in. Iron Gut Cook. I mean, he's gonna be tasting the food, I guess. Should be fine. Gotta build this out. Finish that before you keep running. Okay, little bit of deodorizing from random stuff, which is fine. H2 there that we're not utilizing, which is okay. Dude, I should put the compost next to the satellite so that it's free sanitation. Wow, that's probably smart. I should actually do that. They're gonna get a fat dose of radiation, though. Well, I mean, they do with the heat, but I guess the bin like has a lot of pea dirt in it of itself, and it's not completely clean. It's always going down. Oh, look at these germs. No one washes their bed sheets, dude. Look at these guys. It's been months sleeping on the same bed sheets. I can't believe these guys. I think this is ready, though. Sweeping up the lines. Monk S. Ace Scout feels like he got called out. Who didn't wash their hands? Yo, man, I couldn't tell you. Alright, we're good. Just seal this up. Alright, let him in. So the power is going to be at 25 if we have 4 gens. Actually, it should be 20. Because technically 8K, 8K, that's 16K. Yeah, I don't want to actually hit 20. So we probably lower this to 90. Alright, this is good. Let's build this out. Let's cut these. Let's also cut that. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Let's get rid of all that. And we could get started with the Dreckle Ranch, because we're going to be grabbing a Dreckle right now anyways. We're not going to be able to deal with the CO2 gas that's going to be right here. We'll have to deal with that a lot later. Still waiting on this to melt, and then it's gonna repopulate. It makes sense to actually try to dig this so there's space for the oil to expand. Hopefully that should be fine. Okay, gonna dig out that spot. I'm gonna reinforce this with a little bit of insulated tiles. How come it's a fake separate room, by the way? Gas pressure. Dude, man, pumping this up is gonna take years. Years, I tell you. Years. There's gonna be an explosion of CO2. I just didn't really have a way to deal with that, so I'm trying to make sure I don't break the seal, so to speak. Eventually, this is going to be where my power generators are going to be for the entire colony. But yeah, it's a temporary setup, TM. You know how it is with the temporary setups. It's always temporary. Whoa! The Pip randomly planet sea comb here? That's so random. This is not the right temperature, my dude. Sea comb. What the hell? There's not... You can't even plant it there because it's not supposed to be in gas. It's supposed to be in water or something. Dude, what the heck? Pips, they find a way, man. They really do. Oh, you know what I should probably do? The Pips could get killed if they go into this area. I need to put a door here, man. Because if the Pips go into the cold, this is below minus 45. And I think they freeze to death. Yep, minus 45. That's the death zone for the Pips. I need to make sure they don't accidentally go there. He's still alive. He's hanging out. Cool. Gotta make sure the Pip doesn't die. Technically also down here gets close. But we're dumping heat, so it should be fine. Alright, this is good now. We can dig this all down. And then rebuild the area out with the insulated tiles that we want. Yo, man. That's why we have no liquid CO2. It's gotta make sure. Alright, so this is good now. We could turn on this line. $30 degrees, 30 degrees. This does not work efficient enough. Feels bad. It's getting warm, but we're okay with the temperature. This is slowing down the temperature increase, but it's not able to keep it low. Feels bad. And then we need to connect this so that we get water for the supercomputer. Okay, so this is gonna be ready. We need to continue the natty gas on this side, push everything to the left or above it. I don't want to dig too much of this, so we're going to do the time-consuming method. We should no longer need sconce. Though, I'm probably benefited having a vent line there like this, so that this guy running doesn't struggle. Okay. Minus 12. He's doing the Norwegian snow bath, where they jump into a pile of snow. Totally legit. What's all the little Pips doing? lot of fuel. Okay, so one of the things I probably should... Ooh, I forgot about the ethanol. Oh no, bro. Splash. Ethanol for everybody. Any drinkers in chat? Y'all probably don't want to drink this. At least we could mop it up, right? At least we could mop it up. That's the only thing about that, though. At least we could mop it up. Completely forgot about this for the Mega Front. Okay, that should be fine. A little bit of digs. Alright, what was I going to do before that? Snow bath. What was I doing with that? Release the oxygen. Get rid of the sconce. Guess there's not really much we need to do here right now. I see what it is, Eric. So what do we want to do? Move out the cold energy, keep everything that's warm inside. All right, boys. We are going to do the most forceful way of heat transfer. I don't know actually if I should do this. I want to suck all the cold temps out of this. Whoa, scalding. Oh, hey man, watch out. Getting hit by the hot sulfur. You know what? We'll let him do the job. Alright, sweep only. Y'all don't have to do that anymore. Pip ranch with bonbons? Dude, bonbon trees are just a pain, though. They would have to be the top of the map to use the natural light. But yeah, probably no bonbons. I don't want to deal with bonbons, man. Bonbons suck. Where is this coming from? Whoa, that's a lot of water. No way. Did they freeze a full bottle of water from here? And then it melted because of the kiln, and then it spilled back out? Oh, there's a lot of water here, dude. What in the world? Why do we have water there? Pipes are chilling. Hey, I see you, Coach Kai. Oni's good times, man. It will be waiting for you, though. Appreciate you, dude. Thank you, thank you. Alright, so continuing with that. Pipelines are going to be cool. Okay, so that is the problem, I think. We have this weird fight with hot and warm areas. Yeah. Alright, so let's do basically this. We're just going to move it down a layer so that we could build the Dreco Ranch here. And then while we do that, we should connect the box. Have you played Prehistoric Planet? Yep. We played the new DLC. It's I would recommend that DLC over anything else outside of Spaced Out. It's pretty good. I like the meteor mechanic they added in. And for the most part, we did that on this playthrough, actually. But yeah, I'd recommend it. It's good times. I think it's pretty good. IMO. But yeah, dinos, cool new stuff. And the new objective, blast line of defense. Always fun. After you play with the new DLC, I'd recommend checking out the story tray. I mean, the lab map that came out with it. That's also really fun. Don't mind the evil laugh. Don't mind, don't mind. Totally normal. Totally normal. Part of me wants to take a lot of the resource that we have here and just send it back to the other area. Don't you have like 10 cycles to deal with the meter? Damn, he knows! How do you already know this guy? How does he already know? You know what? I think that is what we kind of have to do. We have to send back a lot of resource that we don't plan on using. Yeah. That might be what we should be doing. Or making a cold box sweeping area. Ah, I see you, Coach Kai. I see you. Joyas. Why do we keep having water melt? But yo, man, if you haven't been playing Oni in a while, man, that's gonna be a good experience. So yo, man, good times. Hopefully good times. Alright, so this should be a vacuum. We should be good. Oh no. Still didn't mop that up, huh? Are you going to stream your first playthrough in a year? Or are you going to play off stream first? That's the only decision you realistically need to make. You gonna play off stream or are you gonna be straight to business? That's realistically, I think, the only decision you need to make. Go through the bottom, I guess. By digging this out, all the air here pushes up, and then the CO2 gets to settle there. So we need to kind of do that dig. Free up some of the light gases so it doesn't bop the movement of the CO2. Alright, dig all this, do all that. A little bit of H2, but I'm not too worried. Probably will stream when I get back into it. It is. It's a good time, though, I feel like. I get lost, lose track of time, but it's good times. Dude, this is so nice. Pemmican, berry sludge on forever. And none of the food that uses for this actually rots. Oh my god. Put this on an 8. Have that be priority over the electric grill. Because technically, we don't need to do BBQ and buns then if we have pemmican and berry sludge being made. If anything, we might be doing buns because We have a lot of grain. Oh, it doesn't fit. No way. Is that going to be a problem? Am I going to have to move everything over? Oh, dude. We'll get ready for that. It's always let me fix one thing and then go to bed. Let me fix this too, and then now it's 3 a.m. Dude, this game would do so well with like a notepad, kind of like Mario Maker. Have you seen Mario Maker? They have this comment thing that they could do in a live level, and then the person playing the level has the option to turn it on and off. And it's literally MS Paint, and then there's a little bit like a 5x5 tile thing, and there's text on it. And you could put emojis, you could put, you know, MS Paint stuff, drawings. Having a feature like that, like on demand, and you have an overlay for that, comments on the overlay, would be so good for a game like this. Clay, I got the ideas, man. Hit me up. I'm telling you, Clay. You could do that, and then the upside is interaction with the community. You could share like information that way and share a save file too. Like, hey, this is almost done. I just need you to put this here and that there. The blueprints are in. Don't cancel the blueprints. You know, things like that. Kind of like pixel packs, but better. Yeah, like pixel packs are good for like display stuff, but for like actually writing notes for your own information or sharing information, yeah, it is a 3x3. We're gonna have to move everything over. Feels bad. We'll do that right now though. Yeah, it's pixel packs that you could draw with your cursor on instead of just having one color. So if the pixel pack is 16 bits, we are on the individual bits at this point, I guess. I don't know how else to really like speak it. Dude, so many good ideas, man. Clayman, put me on the payroll. Let me come in, be a consultant. I'll come in with the ideas, pitch the ideas, what we need. I'll be at the meetings when you guys try to push certain concepts and why I think it doesn't work or it does work really well. I'm the same, man. And then when the new game drops, I push it. Let's go. They have those specific factory games I play, but it's been nothing but memes and waifu gifs. That's the thing. Like, you would have that ability for your stuff, but when it comes to multiplayer, you could start memeing on it. It's like, you know, it's like having a car in high school, but it's like an old rundown van. But it's like, it's still a car, so you and the homies are always riding it. But then since it's a beat up van, you don't really get mad if your friends are like doing weird stuff to it. Like they're doing the Dukes of Hazzard, sliding on the hood. You don't wash your car, they do little finger paintings on the windows. I use the automated notifiers. I guess that works too. That does kind of work, yeah. I guess that's exactly what I'm describing now that I think about it. I'm just describing an automated notifier. It's kind of meh. Alright, I think I'll keep that too thick. Let's do sandstone here. And we probably go stop here. Let's do airflow there to make that a little bit better. Go out all the way here. Have a better seal that way. We're just going to be following the abyssal light. Okay, so I think I will do it here on the service layer. And then we're gonna do insulated tiles here. We're gonna be doing our infinite sweep storage. Since it's gonna be on an insulated tile, the heat transfer is gonna be slowed down, but the items are still gonna be cold. But then now I'll be able to sweep everything here, and it'd be kind of nice. I'm super ADHD sometimes when I'm working on multiple projects, so I set one up to a cycle center to remind me to check on something. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I burned my water one time. That's how many times it took. I burned my water when I was making tea. So after that day, I was like, I am always going to be putting a stopwatch timer on my phone now, so that it never happens again. But I'm not gonna lie, man. Dude, when I got by that, it was so sad. So it's like I have this big 5-gallon, well, 3-gallon pot, 2.5 gallons. I don't know how many liters that is. I have a big pot that I use to make tea. And dude, I evaporated so much water. I'm just happy I got to it before the pot like burned. Because it was on the highest burner setting for like 30 minutes. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. So much water got evaporated though, even though I had the lid on and all that. But yeah, after that day, I was like, oh man, I don't want to lose a pot. So, gotta put that in. But yeah, dude, it was scary times, man. Scary times. Alright, so this is going to be our sweep storage on insulated tiles. Just to do this to make it a little bit nice. I used to have those... I used to have the Asian push button automatic water boiler, but then it's like once you start seeing the mineral build up on the bottom of the hot plate, and then you start thinking about what about inside the pipes that you can't reach or see, you're like, you know what? I'm gonna stop using this. I'm gonna stop using this, man. That's kind of where I got to, and I was like, yeah. Used to use that, though. Having those water boilers. Like, you could clean it. Like, that's not a big deal. It's just there's spots where you just can't clean. Even if you use, like, filtered water and all that good stuff. There is always some sort of buildup there. Alright. We're gonna open this. Please don't mess up and cause a mess. You got the basket down and up and you pour the tea. I see you over there. Ooh, clean. Alright, good stuff. And then this is nothing. Let's get rid of all this. We'll be able to start a Dreckle Ranch build. Okay, this is doing its thing. This is done. Okay, so this is going to be sweep only. All the goods. Yeah, we do all that. We do all that. All that. Yep. Yep, that's fine. No liquefiables. We do that. We do this. Cinnabar? Yeah, that's fine. We do that. Organic, except for rot piles and pollutants like that. Rares? We could do that. Oh, lumen quartz is rare? I guess that's fair. No mercury. And then we could do seeds here. That is not Megafron. No, Megafron doesn't rot. None of these seeds rot, right? Yeah, we should be fine. Sweep only priority 4. copy paste. We could start sweeping, cleaning up the map. This is gonna move all the objects here, so it's kind of nice. Oh, I have liquid on this. Liquefiable liquid. Okay. Sweep all that. Get the sweepage in. Gonna clean up the area a little bit. This is not bad. This is not bad. That's not bad. Now, we're not sweeping the entire map. The right side's going to be a job in and of itself. How many hours in the game do you have? 5,000? 5,000 hours? 5,000 hours. Probably a little bit more. It's alright though. It's just 5,000. It's not a lot. It's not a lot. It's not a lot. What's going on, Satalis? Welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. Nosh bean. I need to save that plant before we lose all nosh beans. You never know, man. Okay, so we have to put a tile on here. And then we're going to rebuild these three. We can put a tile on here for now, because we're going to move the liquid log over a tile. Because the plant needs to be 3 wide. So I got a plant in the middle. Feels bad. Yeah, this is rookie number. This is 5,000, man. Oh god, I'm trying to build a sour gas boiler and haven't done one whatsoever. Some of these builds are insane. Sour gas boiler really kind of pushes the... Do you know what efficiency means concept? Because that's basically the best way to make a sour gas boiler. Understanding heat transfer and conversion. How to optimally do it. Because if you could do it optimally, it's not bad. But the problem is that a lot of people have this grandiose design, and that grandiose design usually is the reason why they fail. Not that it can't be grandiose, but more so that it's like, you know, sour gas boilers are just always supposed to be, you know, if you want a good setup, it needs to be always running and all that goodness, right? And the problem ends up being is that you don't get it right away when you need it right away. 1 bubble of CO2. Oh, that's insulated and I need to do. That's fine. Pushes up, pushes over, pushes down. Or does it spill? I'm not actually sure how that's going to play out. Alright, gens are working. Alright, I may want to cool this down again. But we'll see. We don't need this ladder. Yeah. Alright, so we know the design. So let's get it started. Yeah, it doesn't have to be efficient, but that's kind of what it is. Understanding the best way to do heat conversion when it comes to sour gas boiler. And it's like efficiency. Compact and efficiency aren't mutually exclusive. To make a compact build, it technically does have to be pretty efficient so that you could get away with a small footprint. I would say that... Oh, I swept the light. Oh my god. No, lumen quartz. Oh, dude, how many items are there? I swept the lumen quartz and it's not popping up. There it is. Yes. We have the lab bonus, but I need the well-lit workspace bonus on top because I'm greedy. I can't believe I swept that. I need to put that on a pedestal. That's not going to be the final spot for the science, so we'll just leave it there for now. Okay, so we know that this is going to be a door inside, solid. Bottle drainer. We'll leave everything else. Farm tile. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. This becomes a door and then a tile. And then that works like that. This gets removed. Getting that gone. Then it's 1, 2, and then it's here. Okay. 1, 2, 3, and then it's here. Let's do it like that, so that we don't get stuck. I guess we could do these like that. And then we have this tile there. Yeah, that should be fine. Just to get it started. We're gonna cut the water again. Wow, we went through the water, man. I guess they weren't delivering the sand for a while. Oh, it's a little baby Pip. He's going to the second planet. This is going to be the warm planet, right? So the little baby Pip's going to be cool. He's hanging out. Alright, the Heat Dumper EX. 70. Coming back out at 11. Just trying to warm up the map, man. That's all we're trying to do. Melt the crude oil, though. That's what we're really trying to do. After all this nice oil. After that gets done, we have more oil here and more oil here. So we need to dump heat into the right side. This left side doesn't matter too much. We don't have oil there. So I want to make sure there's no zombie spores. Natty gas. We don't have anything in the open. So I really shouldn't open these yet until I'm trying to tap into it. Because otherwise I don't want the presence of a new gas in the way. No tech. Mercury light, maybe. We already have deep fryer. We could grab the critter condo stuff, I guess. Make the critters happy. Alright, so the sweepage is going to relocate a lot of the items on the ground to there. And a lot of the items that we have are really cold. So this is going to be a cold zone, but the upside is that it's going to be on an insulated tile. That's going to mean that for the most part, there's going to be minimal heat transfer. So while the temperature here might be negative, we're going to be living on this side. So we're going to try to move as much as we can of the items to the right area. We got to do those. Given the setup, it's ladder, ladder, ladder. Let's remove these. Insulate, insulate. Right, and then 1, 2. Door setup. That's probably how this is gonna work. No. There we go. We need 5 tiles. What's going on, Havoc? Welcome in. What's your favorite thing about the new DLC? Is there a new DLC? Did a DLC drop today? Oh shit. Did it finally happen? Guys, did a new DLC drop today? Oni DLC. I gotta go to Steam. Wait, hold up. They didn't drop new DLC, did they? This is about the time they would drop a new one, given their new release schedule. Oh, you're talking about the dinosaurs. The dinosaurs are nice. I'm a fan of the dinos. It's weird. A lot of the dinos you would think, you know, you would think most of the giant dinos eat meat, but then you find out they're like rhinos. They just feed on vegetation and they get buff as hell. And it's like, how'd they do this? Like, I don't know, man. I'm not gonna question no rhino though, because they're gonna beat my ass. But for the most part, it's pretty cool. I'm a fan of it. I'm a fan of it. I like the new DLC. For the most part, though, I would say the most recent one, the Jurassic Planet Pack, is better than the ones before that. The Bionic Dupes and Frosty Planet Pack. I would say the Dino one is better than the other two that I mentioned. 100%. Oh, am I sweeping eggs? Not the eggs. Not the eggs. A lot of items to sweep, though. In time, the base will be clean. And we'll have an awesome time. Oh, you know what I just realized? The new dupe we added in, the cook, doesn't have a bed. So he sleeps on the cold floor sad times. We'll have to move the vent over slightly. Favorite feature of the Primal DLC? It's hard to argue against the smoker. The smoker in and of itself has made the game no longer don't starve, and now it's just oxygen not included. Because I'm not gonna lie, the smoker has solved most, if not a lot, of the food issues you run into in the game. Smoker is really good. That being said, I do really like the lums. They're so goofy looking that I feel like I need to have them in my life. Demolier is pretty good too. You know what? I forgot about that. The Meteor itself is pretty cool. I think the resource selection they did with Demolier was really well done. Like, you know how they basically added in liquid oxygen, liquid hydrogen in. I was like, that's a good decision, man. Not gonna lie. I really like that part of it. I thought that made a lot of sense. Yeah, I made early space interesting since it skips a few things. Yeah, I feel like if they have a statistic of how many people make liquid hydrogen rockets, I feel like that number is going to go up. Just because making liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, like, you do it one time just to do it, but then it's like, dude, it's a drag, man. It really is. I need a fourth bathroom, different color. Our temperature should be warm enough that I shouldn't need to use insulated. And the advantage is run speed. I don't want to have to deal with run speed, right? So we're hoping we have enough warmth here now that we don't have to worry about the pipes freezing. We're going to be using insulated everything, but you know, they do so much sometimes. Dude, I just realized with how this works, we could just dump the extra pea water back into the infinite pressure tank. It's kind of funny how that works out. It just dumps back in. Oh my god. We could do a closed loop setup. Wow. Do I do that? We could literally just pull a pipeline down from here, down. And then move this pipeline here. And have the toilet water dump in. Because we already have 2 sieves on this. I don't want to add anymore. And this already has food poisoning inside, so it's like no loss. Dude, I like that idea. We're gonna run this like that. Run that like that. It's probably better like this. And then we just run this down to here. Yeah. So I was leaving this empty so that we could have our water sieve here. It looks like this works out. I hope they add a similar main quest to Oni like that in the future. Maybe there's a space whale and you have to feed it to a certain amount of cycles before it leaves, and then you get a giant immortal critter to ranch in space. Dude, what's that game called that has that exact concept? Before We Leave? Something like that? Like there's a space whale that eats tiles of the planet. Dude, there was a game like that. Yeah. Literally, there's a space whale, and he'll come by the planet, and he'll eat tiles. And it kind of plays like... It's kind of like Catan. You have tiles with resources, and then you have to play your colony management simulator, but it's like Catan board, so it's not like 2D like Oni is, so it's like 3D on the board. And then you go tile to tile, and you build your resource buildings where it needs to be. It's called Before We Leave. They came out with a new game, I think a year ago. I forget if it's a direct sequel, but I remember it's like in the similar style. Before We Leave, Before We Go. It's one of those names. But yeah, I streamed it a while ago, a few years back. And then I think I remember the game was not bad. It just felt like I couldn't replay it. Like, while everything there is like fun and cozy, it feels like once you do it for the first time, there's no real like urge to do it again. That's the only gripe I have about the game. It's like the lack of replayability. But for the most part, it was pretty cool. I never got to check out the sequel though. I probably should have. Yeah, space whales. Yeah. That's why when Zerorix said space whales, I was like, yeah, there's a game about that already. It was initially so scary. Because the thing with the space whales, it's like, when they come visit your planet, they're going to eat part of it. I was like, oh, dude, we're going to die. Oh, man. Oh, you are on the space whale? That sounds like Wandering Village. Or you're on the back of a kaiju. Giant 4-legged monster. And it just walks through the poison. Yeah, it's similar concept, but it's a space whale. I see. Was it made by the same devs, or is that a totally different company? The space whale seems pop. That's why, yeah, man. Like, I didn't know it was a thing. So when you mentioned it, I was like, I'm starting to think now. I was like, is that a popular concept? Because you were not the first person to mention that. You are not the first person to mention that. We have one already. It's called the Gassy Moo. The king of the space whales, his name is Ace Cow. Ironically, he lives in Atlanta. I mean, you know, that's by the water, so he could launch a rocket anytime he needs to go back to space. Little people know Ace Cow was the originator of My People Need Me. And then he just, you know, he's gone. But I want to send my rancher to groom a POI. Hey man, you could still do it. You just have to believe that he's petting the iridium. And that he's feeding it liquid oxygen. You just, you know, we don't have an animation. You just gotta believe. Imagination. Droko animation checks out. Giant robotic arms petting something. That's kind of like when they have the giant excavators open up a beer. You know, like they have the 6-pack on the ground. And then it's like they're going to move the excavator just so that the tip could just scrape by the lid without knocking the bottles over. You seen those videos, man? I got recommended that on the YouTubes the other day. I was like, what the hell is this? Just a bunch of people on forklifts and excavators trying to do weird, like, control stunts, for lack of better words. Oh, wait, no, we still get veggie pop. Okay, we're fine, we're fine. I was gonna say, oh yeah, we don't make veggie poppers. No, we do, we do. We're fine, we're fine. It's apparently the same people as Before We Leave. Yes, yeah, because I remember they had a sequel game. I don't remember what it was about, though. But it ended up being exactly the game you were talking about. Beyond These Stars. There we go. I think I could get a key and play that. If I really wanted to. That could be a game to check out, man. I have so many games I still need to play, though. Oh, no, bro. We gotta remove this, actually. Yeah, I'll do this now, temporarily. We are going to have a insulated pipe. For now, like this. All right, so construction. Let's do the pipe here first. This is gonna feed into. This is all polluted water, yeah. Into the storage right there. Makes sense why they keep the space whale theme. Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Space whales, man. Oddly popular for reasons I don't know. But at the same time, can't be too mad. Can't be too mad. Okay, this is gonna be another temp bedding area. Alright, they get to choose their bedding. We got that botanical analyzer in case we get mutated seeds, I guess. So basically, I'm a little worried right now that this water will pool up so much that we flood the buildings. Once the buildings are flooded, you have to completely remove all traces of liquid. So not only do you have to remove this tile and let everything drain, you have to mop up the trace amounts of water there. That's the only way to remove the flooded building status. So we don't want to accidentally flood. So I need to make sure I'm able to pump up the waters. Okay, turns out we're not actually filled, but I need to get that pipeline built. We gotta wait for the dupes. A lot of sweeps, a lot of items moved in. You can see a lot of the items right there are really cold. Minus 30, minus 10, minus 20. It's so good that we're able to move all that there. And then the rest of the area can stay warm. That's gonna be the plan right now. Sweep a lot of the items. Build a lot of the stuffs. And then once we're done sweeping, you see the area right here that we had the sweep jawed at is completely done. Small little job right there. Small little job right here. No, it's not even an item to sweep. Should be good. Sweeping these items. These items as well. But yeah, sweeping all that's going to be sweet. We'll do this last because it's already on the cold area. And then we'll do this as well at some point. My man's missing a bed, and they're over here building out the pipes. He is angry. He's like, dude, man, what about my bed? Y'all just making pipes. What the heck is this? Okay, so sweeps are done. Nice. We are gonna do this here. We're gonna do that to there. That's a lot of starter items to move, which should be good. How much meat do we have? A decent amount. Once we make the pemmican, though, we should be fine. All right, we're moving a lot of the cold stuff to the top half. That's going to be the cold area. All right, we might want to start moving the smokers into here, too. Let's get that built. Let's build this in. We're going to go into George's house. That'll probably be the play. So this is going to be a cooking area and an eating area, or maybe we flip it. George's house, he's going to be the guy that lives under the kitchen. Kind of weird, but you know what? At the same time, we let George do his thing. And then we're going to clean up this area. The temperature between the two areas is about the same. It's kind of crazy. Okay, so this never got moved. We got to do that to push over the ethanol. Nosh bean. Let's relocate that as well. We'll probably find another one as a buried object inside the rust. We'll have to see though. Alright, we need a tile there as well. And we need this ethanol to push out the freaking CO2, dude. It's struggling so bad. Once we're able to do that, we can pop up this way, out that way. And then we'll finally be able to get the Megaphron in. Alright, so the only spot for the ethanol to push now is to the right. Ooh. Okay. It's pressurized. This might break this tile. Our meme strat. The thing with this is that if a dupe breathes out on this tile, the CO2 floats up. That's literally all we need. We could actually open up this tile, let the CO2 float down, and then it's gonna force the merge upwards. Struggling though. Nosh beans need a buff. I feel like Nosh beans are slept on. I feel like they should do a magic vol on the top of every planet. Because I feel like now that they removed most of the shovels, no one makes curried beans. Regardless of if it's Nosh beans or if it's not having the tonic root. I feel like curried beans, man. Like, there's no reason to have to, like, cook that dish. I feel like there's a lot of people that probably never made it. That's why I feel like if you have a shovel on every planet, kind of like the magic hatch that used to appear on every planet, it'd be a lot more feasible because it's like at least you have a shovel already. And if you didn't kill it, you know, he's hanging out. Dude, feeding it like the wolves is a struggle, man. It really is. Alright, so now that we push this CO2 out, we're gonna have space to put the ethanol back in. We just gotta wait for someone to decon and we'll be able to do it. Nice. We're good. So now we could plant the megafrond, pump in the chlorine. That probably has to go out to here. I want to see where the megafrond lets me put the vent before we even try it. Ferment nosh beans and soy sauce. Dude, man. I guess that does work. That's so funny, though. Okay, the pipeline is in. Everything is a green. Okay. So, no bridge. This just works. They call it noise sauce. No, man. What do you call that? When you go to, like, Chinatown and then you buy the shoes and it says Psych, S-I-K-E, and they just rotated the N instead of Nike. That's bootlegging, right? That's bootlegging, right? I'm just making sure. That's what that sounds like, man. I'll be real. Alright, so this is ready. Get the 2. Here, here, here. Almost done. Double ladder setup. Okay, let's get the stuff inside. Shearing. Grooming. This is a single tile. And this is drop off. Okay, we will do shearing station. Critter trap. I believe there should be a door here. And then we do the automation sensor, critter sensor. So we probably do one here as we always do. And then we probably do one here to have a shorter wire. Treckle's in soon. Auto emptier on the inside. Good stuff. Moving out the P waters. Alright, I am going to do... Man, I'm scared. I don't want to build a tile here because I'm going to push up 1,000 and it's going to spread out. And this building specifically is going to get flooded. Melee only? Yo, man. In zombie games, isn't melee, like, really good? Because you never run out of bullets. I remember playing Left 4 Dead. You always want a good melee weapon, and then it's like, if something happens, then you pull out the gun. Like, the melee is just really nice, man. Unlimited ammo until you run out of stamina, I guess. Each repair degrades quality. Oof. That's tough. Can't imagine a samurai cutting something and the blade breaks. And then you're just kind of like, man, what happens now? Wait a second. Is the... Oh, wow. This is getting close to 0. No way. 10 degrees. It's taking so long to loop right now. This is warming up. Dude, that's nice. That's so nice. You know what's funny? We could dig down this area and have the oil just gush out into here. Can't get enough guns yet. Oof. Spear's super good. Takes a lot of hits. Take down most OP zombies. I mean, zombies are tanks, man. They really is. But yeah, spear, man. You got the reach. You just need, I mean, it's probably not true to real life where you gotta have a lot of space to do the swings. Noise factor. Depends on the game. Some games, noise isn't that big of a deal, right? But the games that do, like maybe Project Zomboid, yeah, that's probably big. Mostly stab. Yep. Lura seed. Wow. Is this how I get plastic? I don't really need that though, to be honest. Stab. Toilet still being made. We are doing great. Narrow corridor is perfect. That makes it feel like it's 300. We just see Hunter at the end of the funnel. One guy with a barricade. I have millet seeds. I just need a temperature that works. That's the only problem with this. It's too cold still for me to do anything with that. I do want to sweep up the bottom too. Also, with the park, stabs penetrate multiple zombies. Nice. Big stabs. Toilets are almost done. It's gonna be nice. Have this run this way instead. Rocket interior greenhouse. We could actually do that now. But they are fast. Just can't kill fast enough. Feels bad, man. Dude, that's the one thing I feel like is kind of weird. Are zombies able to run? I mean, that probably depends on the game, but I feel like when you think about zombies, they're slow. And then you play like zombie post-apocalypse games, they're like hella fast. Like they're hauling, dude. They really is. 122, 120. All right, we're gonna bump this up to 20 degrees. This is taking a while. That way we could go through a lot more of the hot petroleum. And then we have one more tile of solid crude that we're waiting to melt, and we should be good. Default setting, zombies run at night, and then top tier zombies sprint faster than you do. Oh, that's tough. Do you have anything like, you know when the cops are chasing after someone that's like running away? On, driving away on a car? There's like a police chase? They have the... What do you call that? The spike strip that they'll put at the road so that the car driving on it like gets hit by the trap and then slows down. You gotta have some quick deploys like that, man. I feel like not really like caltrops because like, but that's the right concept. Yeah, they have this like, it looks like an accordion. Maybe not an accordion. It's the pattern where it's an X. And then if you like fold it, it's like this. And then they could pull it down and extends out upwards. Like that, you know what I'm saying? It's that weird cross pattern, and then they just throw it out and push it together, and you get like that line of spikes. Yeah, you gotta have that choke point, man. You gotta have that choke point. Gotta set up a series of traps that you could run through safely, but then the zombies get wrecked. The guy has a bed now. Nice. Classic hatch. Stuck in the door. I don't know how the hatches always do that. Without fail, man. These hatches. Draco's almost done. It's doing pretty good. The heat transfer here, I feel like it's pretty nice. Dude, this is positive. Let's go, dude. Positive temps. We are almost warmed up the map. I'm thinking about doing another sulfur soak area so that we have more heat sources everywhere. I wouldn't mind doing that, man. Maybe do another one right here to counteract the cold that's right here. It wouldn't be a bad idea. Yeah, why not? So climb up top. We do sulfur soak. That kind of works. And then all we gotta do is dispense the sulfur on a sweep only. We could play some time, later experienced person. I don't know about that, man. I'm out of shape. I'm out of shape right now, man. It's been 20 years since I've been running. Maybe I should start running though. Do it for the good health. Alright, let's build this out. Start sweeping the sulfur from the inside. 6 tons of it. Let that sit in the oil. Oil soaks up the heat transfer a little bit nice. And then we have a heat source next to the cold pile. Just more exercise. I gotta use that shift button on the pinkies. I mean, you ain't wrong, man. Ain't wrong, ain't wrong. A lot of the sweeps almost done. Not sweeping the O2. That's fine. I'm a Cyclops. I hate running. Oh, man, dude. I wouldn't say recently. For the longest time, for the majority of my life, I didn't know how to ride a bike. I know how to ride a bike now, though. But yeah, man, riding a bike could be a struggle. This is ready. How come this is not a ranch? 5 tiles? Oh, it's these tiles. Yeah, it's got to get a door here. Okay, we're good. Nice. Almost ready. Dracos are never going to be above 80, right? I could probably get away with ethanol here. I probably should just use oil, though. Miniature, we probably don't need that. All right, let's grab this because we're going to need the reactor at some point. It's looking all right. Looking all right. I'm missing a table for a Duke. I'm pretty sure. 1, 8, 9. Yeah, there's 10. Okay. Dig this and give my man a chair. We're going to have to replace this meal hall soon. Probably want to put it here. We'll get that in, though. Soon, soon. All right, filled with CO2 Classic. Right now, we are doing great. Cleaning up. Still a little bit polluted oxygen, but it's mostly cleaned up. We're going to get plumbed toilets soon, so we're not going to need this. We should be fine to actually do this now. Okay, so this room is a one-way. This room is a two-way. Open. Open. This is set. Open. Open. Left. Copy. Paste. Nice. Toilets are good. Ceiling trim granite. And then we will add in some drywall. Gonna do the aquatic mosaic and then pastel blue. We're getting drywall, boys. Fancy, fancy. I think we have to bop these lockers, sadly. Feels bad. Dude, lot of CO2. A lot of this is getting swept, though. It's really nice. We'll finish the Dreco Ranch next time. What's going on, Linden? How are you? I see you over there. Hope you've been well. What is good? What is good? We gotta get crude oil here. A little bit of radiation should be fine. Dude, this pip is gonna get shot. Hasn't gotten shot yet, so hopefully it's fine. A lot of the items have been swept, though. We're almost done sweeping. Oh my god. Building out the bathrooms. Looking nice. Ethanol cooling loop works. It's just the heat deletion is very little. So far, so good. It's also probably Bop the Weaswort. It probably doesn't make sense to have that. And we're waiting for the dupes. Oh, we're done smelting? I guess we do have a lot of petroleum kind of backed up right now. Let's do 99 iron. We're going to process all the iron because we're going to probably want a lot of steel. That just makes sense, I feel like. So we're just going to do that. Dude, the heat's traveling down. That's so nice. (1716) from 25. So it's losing 8 degrees passing through the metal tiles. Oh my god. Just melting all the crude. Some point we're gonna run out, which is gonna be why we're gonna want to try to get the natty gas in somewhat soon. We're gonna try to get that next. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Too much oil and it spills back in the same spot. That's so funny. Dude, well, day 4 or 5 of why is our Minecraft server running this pack way worse than other communities have. We've been getting noticeable lag with 8+ people, and yeah, it's heavy pack, but it's not clear what's generating tons of the game ticks. Yo, man, you're gonna find out someone just made a really bad farming system that just generates a lot of lag. Nothing to do with the server, just some dude being mischievous. Dude, a Linden, man, it's funny you bring that up. I was in someone else's stream and they were playing Minecraft. And I'm not gonna lie, man, watching the Minecraft and I was thinking about it, I was like, man, I wouldn't mind playing some Minecraft. The only thing with it is that it's like, I don't want to pay for my own server anymore like I used to. So I'll probably just join like a public server and just play on it as a regular server. Like, man, I got the, what do you call that? When you haven't played something in a while and you're like, man, that would be fun. I got the urge, man. I've never had this urge to play Minecraft for like, dude, so long. These might actually overheat. That's kind of crazy. But yo, man, Gotta check out the Minecraft server stuff. It was originally, but now it's like, oh, it's bees. Kill all bees. Now it's X, remove all the X, etc. Oh, yeah. It's tough. Iron golems, villager, farmers, trader setups. There's just so many things in a Minecraft server that could lag it just in and of itself. Iron farms are probably a big source of lag. Because you gotta have a lot of villagers in like a weird spot anyways. But yeah, that's kind of what happens though in a sandbox game like that. And it's the mod pack, all the mods, 10, and there's like 479 mods. Damn. MC Mobby, bro, it is. Very abusable too. And I feel like we're at a point where everyone's like really good at abusing it. I am a creative builder. I want to have fly mode to build, and then I just like building. I don't mind farming my own tiles. I don't mind it too if there's like a shop that I could grow watermelons, sell it to the shop, and then buy stuff. And in my case, it would be tiles. A lot of the times, I end up buying rare tiles. Like the mushroom tiles. Sometimes it's like getting colored glass and the dyes. Sometimes it's, oh, I don't have silk touch, so I can't get leaves and stuff. But pretty much, I am a builder. I would build big hidden stuff. Well, hidden, maybe, sometimes. What's going on, Mortar Rush? Welcome in. We're going to sweep 8 to 9 tons of sulfur to here. And then it's just going to leak out the heat slowly and try to warm up the area. Look at that. 100 degrees of sulfur. Slowly cooling down. Hope you're doing great today. We're doing all right. My wound from my scratch hasn't healed, so I'm a little bit worried about it. Because it's been an open wound for a couple days. But it's not getting infected or anything, so I'm hoping nothing bad goes wrong. I've been applying Neosporin on a band-aid and sleeping with it, but then during the daytime, I let it breathe. Today is day 2. No pain or anything, though, anymore. Very thin layer of skin on top. And it's not scabbing, so that's, like, the weird thing about it. It might be not scabbing, though, because I'm sleeping with a band-aid on and it doesn't get to breathe. And the Neosporin breaks the seal. Yeah, mob AI pathfinding uses shorter distance, but mobs also gravitate to higher ground, which is weird. 3D pathfinding is much more expensive than 2D. Oh, man. And then it's like you have certain entities that are attracted to other entities. They want to be nearby. There's a lot of weird pathing stuff like that, especially in Minecraft. Alright, looks like we can't really do any more metal smelting right now. It's hot. That's good, though. Heat is good. We gotta warm up the area down here. Technically, we shouldn't get above 75 on the tiles. If we do, the reservoirs are going to overheat. That's not going to be good. Any mod pathing in any game most freaking cause a lag. True. Looking at Oni, that's very true. Very true. Very true, very true. Damn, the outside is pressurized. Oh, the other gas is on the oxalites, causing the oxalite to keep gassing. Shine bug. Yep, jetpacks are bad for that exact reason as well. Dude, I remember what I would do is I would make a giant build, and then in the build zone, I would have a hidden layer and I would have music playing with the redstone jukebox. I remember doing that as well. No way! Oh shit! He's here, boys! The source of peat! And he survives! Let's go! He doesn't die to the cold. Oh, look at this little guy. He literally looks like they put the googly eyes, sticker eyes that you see on the memes on a dinosaur. Oh, dude, let's go. Alright, we gotta make a ranch for him now. Now, the good news about that is now we have a source of peat, which means we could start making sweat corn as well. And having a source of peat means, I think we could use that for the smoker as well. So we don't need phosphorite for these guys anymore. I was gonna get Drecos to get phosphorite. But then now it's like we have those guys. Okay, you know what? We pretty good. I'm very much Redstone tech modded player. I have been Greg techified. I am not familiar with that. Is that supposed to be emote? Feels bad on Linden. I'm not familiar with Greg. Is that the friend of Tom who owns MySpace? No, not MySpace. Friendster. Is that Tom from Friendster? Alright, we're gonna allow the sulfur to kind of pile up again. 8 tons, 100 degrees. We'll let that sit. Okay, so we know that we'll have a hatch ranch here, maybe 2. I guess we should start doing some of the floors right here that we know we're gonna have. I haven't thought of Friendster since it came out. Dude, Ace Cow knows what I'm talking about. He knows, he knows. Friendster, though, that's old school, though. 100% old school. Alright, I think I will move my compost out. We'll do a weird strat here. Double deodorizer. Run a wire through. And then we will run the radiation bin right here on the far left. I guess for the sake of... I'm scared polluted oxygen is going to go up this way. It's fine. We'll just set that up. Get a couple of bins. This is... We're probably only going to use 4. Yeah. And then... Get the wire there. Get the wire there. It should be nice. Greg tags the big, difficult crafting rabbit hole mod. Oh, quite literally IRL manufacturing processing in the game. Electrical engineering degree is very useful for it. In short, imagine if it only had 7 layers deep of Oniception and then put that in Minecraft. Oof. Minecraft has always been the game within the game. That's kind of what you have to figure out. In a sense that unless you're a speedrunner, no one plays the game to just go to the end. It always becomes a thing where you go to the end, and then there's a part of it that you really enjoy, then you just do that over and over again. Whether that's Skyblock, whether that's Hunger Games, right? There's so many like weird mini game structures. And I think the reason why it works so well is because of how, like, I feel like the dev made all the right moves. Like, giving people the ability to mod the game, having a lot of different versions of the game, and then, like, it's kind of open source and at the same time not really. It's kind of weird. But yeah, a lot of good moves, and then he got cashed out. Sold it to Microsoft. Sounds like Vintage Store. I've never played Vintage Store. Circuits to make circuits, to make circuits, to make circuits. Man, that sounds like Satisfactory Plus. That sounds like a struggle, though. You need Circuit A to make Circuit B to make Circuit C. And then now you have automation circuits. That's what that sounds like, man. Toilets, pee water. Nice, nice. Making stuff on the side still sweeping. So we will need a lum ranch. Problem is that I am nowhere close to being able to do something like that. So I probably do want to do a system. Okay, I could see us doing something where we have like a critter sorting area where we sweep all the eggs out instead of relying on dupes. And then we'll have the different areas. Hatch, Dreco, maybe another hatch, maybe Sweetle. And then we're going to need a lum area. All the ranching down this way. Vintage Store is a direct upgrade to Minecraft. Better graphics, I imagine. More complex, more in-depth. I see, I see. I'm gonna check a Mamba really fast. 1 sec, y'all. Still blocky, better graphics. Dude, I know there's people who can't play Minecraft because of they don't like the pixel stuff. Bob was chilling though, by the way. He's doing good. He's hanging out. The lum's not gonna die. He's gonna be okay. Okay, so... Oh, you could just put it there? Oh, no, it uproots the plant. Okay, so I do need to have it over here. This is 10,000, so we don't need a pressure sensor. We're just going to have it there. And then we'll just release. No redstones. Got to use wind power for automation. Oof. Lovecraftian horror themes? Yo, man. The Lovecraftian stuff. Low-key kind of scary. Okay, a lot of the sweeping's done. Let's get this set up. Let's do more sweepage. Alright, sweeping out most, if not all, the items. Nice. We're actually probably going to be able to start digging here. I don't want to dig the brine ice, though. This is the only problem. Oh, no. Water entombed. Feels bad. A lot of this area, though, is kind of ready. But yeah, I think we need to start digging in so we can move more stuff outside. We can take our time with that, though. I've never played the create mod, though, not gonna lie. Belts and stuff. Okay, it's doing pretty good. Add a little bit of water. Alright, I'm gonna actually probably let this heat up. The warm air coming out, it's not bad at all. Can't really be mad about that either. Breathability is great. CO2's piling up at the bottom. Sweeping items still. But so far, so good. Okay, so we need to probably start bopping this. Because we need to do proper floors here. Do that. Create mod's fun. Using it very painfully and slowly drain 1 to 2 million blocks of water at 32 RPM. Dude, man. I remember when I was draining the ocean, I farmed thousands of blocks of sand and dropped it on the top layer until it went all the way down and I got a tower of sand. Nowadays, don't you have sponges that literally drain like an area of water? So like if you just place the sponges strategically, you'd be able to drain it top down. Want a 20 by 20 base. Damn, that's a lot, man. 20 chunks? 20 chunks is business right there, man. This man means business. Gotta use create mod, automate it. Create mod got the strats, man. Alright, toilets are up. We're gonna be able to bop the outhouse. Mamba, I hear you. I know, I know. No snacks for you today, baby. So the good news, now that we have toilets, everyone will wash their hands. Oh my god. That's such an upgrade. It's so sad that I have to say it like that, but that's such an upgrade, dude. They gonna wash their hands, fam. We're gonna have clean things. It's gonna be good times. Alright, so deodorizer is there. Run that. Copy, paste. Yeah, I wanted a large base that could hold all the IRL manufacturing, processing, chemical, and lines. And power and safely chunk unload parts. Wow. Hey, man. We only have one bed. So the logic is, it's so cold that the food poisoning naturally dies off. Right? That makes sense. Food poisoning dies at -25. Right? And we was below that for a while. So now that we warmed up, we gotta actually wash our hands. Do you ever make a saltwater polluted water boil with magma? I wouldn't do You can, but how do I say this? I almost never do that. Because a lot of times, how do I say this? The problem with that is you normally don't want hot water. So it's like you could use magma to heat it up, and then you get 95C water from the steam turbine. Right? And then you don't have to sieve it, you don't have to run it through the desalinator. But the problem is that that means you have to use 95C water. Right? So it's like, when it comes down to it, I don't know how much application that has. And you can use that for the spawn, technically. It's just one of those things where it's like, water has a lot more uses when it's cooler. So as a result, I almost never opt for that. Not that it's a bad thing. If you have something that consumes water that's hot like that, you're fine. But if you don't, yeah, I would rather just sieve it. Desalinated, whatever type of water it is. Just because it's going to be like, you know, easier to achieve. That's just me though. But to each their own. If you like to do that stuff, you know, man, I can't be mad at it. All right. The radiation's going to sanitize the germy area here now. Oh, look at all those germs going up and down the ladder. You could feed it to the plants, and then you run a cooling loop on top of it. It's still always going to be more power than you need, though. Right? Like, there's always going to be some sort of loss. Take the little seal baby. He's a cutie pie. He's got to compete with the lum, though. That's going to be tough. Dude, even at 20 degrees, this is a struggle. Alright, we're going to put one of the metal tiles here. So this right side metal tile, right here, absorbs some heat into the tile itself. Because this is, yeah, getting warm. The only other thing is maybe running this pipeline all the way back here and warming up this side. That makes a lot of sense, to be honest. Maybe we do that just to cool and heat up the area a little bit better. We would want to do this then. Here. Then metal tile here. Radiant tile. And then we remove this, move this down. Have this go out this way, and then the power should be straightforward. Use them in the shower and sinks. Hey man, dupes need hot water. Realistically, I don't know. Man, I feel like they should have some more stuff that uses hot water. That would be so good. Maybe not a plant. Oh, you're not allowed to eat because you're on the other schedule. There we go. Calories are good both ways. We just need someone running this. I use them in the hot tub. Yeah, but it's like... the hot tub is recreation, not necessary for survival. I feel like it'd be nice if they had something that uses hot water that helps you live. Because you could argue, oh yeah, there's a lot of uses. Heat it up in the steam, feed it to the turbines. Technically reactor loops. You got the sauna, hot tub. They're just like, it feels like A lot of the stuff you could do with hot water is like not necessary to survive. Having an option that eats up hot water would be kind of nice though. I can't think of one that's not the spawn. Is there a plant that eats hot water? Critter? Tropical Paku? Maybe. Even then, it's like you just fill it up. They don't drink the water. Dude, they should make it so that long-hair slicksters drink hot water and then they poop out oil. Oh my god. Long-hair slicksters will go into a body of hot water, and if it's hot enough, they will consume it and poop out oil. Dude, that'd be tight. What's going on, Pope's the Rockstar? Yeah, it was probably because I was doing a lot of Path of Exile. And then the subathon made it so that I didn't play a lot of Oni too. But yeah, man, we're going to be playing Oni again. We'll be back tomorrow with Oni as well. And we'll be back on a more regular Oni schedule. But hey, man, you could always catch up on the VOD on the YouTube. It's going to be coming out soon. Mama's next to me. He is on his cat tree waiting for me to end stream. I wonder if we could have him on the cam. Look at the little Mambas. He's just waiting behind me. Chilling. He's on his little cat tree thing. But yeah, he's hanging out. Hope you've been well though, Pope. And of course, welcome back. He's waiting though, the little babies. Give him some pets, of course. Mama gets all the head rubs, all the pets after stream. Right now we're doing a little bit of sweepage, a little bit of AQ cooling. Petroleum power is good. Gonna be expanding down the heat sink at the bottom of the map. Just got toilets. Gonna be doing a little bit of a base permanent move / setup. This got built. Nice. Okay, so we do probably want a ladder down here. We also know that we probably want to build that. And then we have this weird space right here. This could be just a very tall rec room. So we make it taller than it is wide. That wouldn't be bad. So we wanted it to be on this level, and the level that we have down here was like temporary maneuver. Alright, that's good. Get rid of these tiles, dig. Not bad, not bad. So yeah, a lot of just maintaining the colony right now, making sure we don't starve, that food's better. And now we're trying to heat up the base in multiple spots. We take the hot sulfur and put it in oil. And it's trying to heat up, warm up the area. Hot petroleum from the meta refinery making steel. Petroleum gens running. Couple of bammets. Spalm is releasing out warm oxygen. And we're just trying to warm up the map so it's above 0 right now. So far, so good. We sealed away from the top. We moved all the ice out to the first map. And we're sweeping a lot of the cold objects into a single area. So a little bit of management going on. Otherwise, it's very good so far. Can't be mad. Can't be mad. Dreckle Ranch is ready. We're going to do some movement of some buildings again. These are going to be ranching areas. That probably means we farm on this side. I'm not sure yet. We will probably want to do a lot of ranching here for the warm critters, and then a lot of farming for food stabilization. Back on this side. Oh. That's fine. We'll deal with that later. The man that lives under the kitchen. We'll want to pull this out as well. Some sweeps. A lot of oxygen. CO2 is accumulating over here. It's not be able to go inside. So I probably just need to up the bin. So they'll carry as much as they can when they can. Still using outhouses on this side, sadly. 20 tons of phosphorite though, so they're doing pretty good. Okay, so no pumps. We'll get that in. And then we'll start feeding the megafrons. Let's go. One of the big things that was going to be finishing this area. Making sure this area is going to be ready for the dupes to move down into. There's just a lot of stuff that we're going to have to move out that's already really cold. And the only way we warm up is by dumping in the oxygen that's supposed to be warmer. But we're doing all right for now. Guys, this is probably going to be a great spot for us to wrap things up for the night. Dreckle Ranch is going to get ready. Base is a little bit more warm. We're doing a small move from the temporary setup to the more proper one. This will probably be another bedroom. This could probably be another bedroom. I think this ends up being the shower room. And then Dreckle Ranch, Hatch Ranch, maybe Grubs, maybe the Lum. We'll probably try to do different ranches each. Maybe 2 hatches so that we have a variant. And then the seals are probably going to go back to the first planet. We're not going to do it here on the second one. Sweetles, yeah. Sweetles. 2 hatch, Sweetles, and then maybe a Lum. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's these 4 levels. Sweetles, hatch, Lum. I think that all works out. Can't be too mad with that. What about feeding seal sucrose? That could work. The problem with that is I'm limited to how much my Sweetles produce, right? I'm limited by how much they produce. It's probably worth it. So we're going to need to make sure that whatever amount of grub fruit we make for the... Because we're going to have to grow grub fruit. So that we have a stable source of... berry... No. Pemic... No. Is it berry sludge? No. Why did I want grub fruit? Pike apples. We wanted grub fruit, spinally grub fruit for the veggie poppers. And then we could use pike apples full time for berry sludge. Yeah. So we're limited by the sulfur production. We get 1,200 grams per second, roughly. And then we have to have that grub fruit amount that we make. And then Sweetle Ranch. I might work it backwards. I might try to feed 8 Sweetles. And then whatever we have remaining, we have be grub fruit. And then we just keep it like that. And then from the 8 Sweetles, we'll see how much wood is. Unless it's like a ridiculous amount, like I end up having 50 spinally grub fruit. That's a lot, right? I might just want like a small room of it. But for the most part, we're doing good. So we are taking it kind of slow. We do want to kind of stabilize and have the bases in the way we want it to. And we're doing a warm base on the second planet, and then a cold base on the first planet. There's going to be a lot of cold ranching. The critters that want to be cold, it's going to be here. A lot of the plants that want to be cold. We're going to have to move a lot of the heat sources, like the smokers, down below and stuff like that. But otherwise, we're probably going to end up getting suits to go outside so that the dupes don't actually freeze. And then I'll probably start composting back here, just so that we have a way to generate heat to kind of warm up the area. Otherwise, though, doing pretty good. Sweetles and seals are kind of perfect for pemmican. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's doing all right, man. Doing all right. So, guys, it is going to be time for us to get that save in.